you're probably looking at the screen thinking, wait, that is definitely not Aria. And you're right, my name is Lion. I'm actually a really close friend of Aria's. She has been absolutely swamped with university work lately, which is why the channel has been a little quiet for the last few months. We were hanging out recently, talking about how much she missed posting, and we came up with a fun idea. We decided to team up for a special collaboration to get things moving again. Today, I'm going to be reading you the first 10 chapters of a beautiful book called The Enchanted Greenhouse. And I think you guys are going to love the vibe. Just a quick request. If you find yourself getting hooked on the story, please go buy a copy of the book to support the author. Also, please hit that like button and make sure you're subscribed. It really helps Aria out and lets her know you're still here waiting for her. All right, go grab a warm drink, get comfy, and let's get into it. Chapter 1. The plant was innocent. Everyone agreed on that. Still, when the judge declared it in his reedy voice for the official record, Turlu nearly cried with relief. After she'd been arrested, her primary worry was that they'd blame the plant. He wasn't to blame. It was all her. She tried to make that clear. She shifted in her chair to watch, while the court bailiffs escorted the spider plant away. He raised a tendril toward her, and Turlu lifted her fingers to her lips, and then toward the newly sentient plant. I won't cry. She refused to cry when she hadn't done anything wrong. Very illegal, yes, but not wrong. So far, she hadn't shed a single tear, at least not in public. But right now, all that prevented her from sobbing out loud was the scowl on the prosecutor's face as he glared at her, as well as the head librarian's hand on her arm, which was the only touch of kindness in the courtroom, both literally and figuratively. Leaning closer, the head librarian, 𝐒𝐫𝐻𝐿, whispered to her, I will see that he is safe and cared for. He'll always have a home with us. Turlu swallowed hard, not going to cry. Stiffly, gratefully, she nodded at 𝐒𝐫𝐻𝐿 and then faced the judge. The judge was swaddled in embroidered robes that transformed him from a skeletal man with spidery limbs into a wide mushroom of ruffled silks. He reminded Turlu of a hermit crab, the kind that used to swarm the beaches of her home island, his gnarled body tucked inside his ornate outer shell, with only his claws exposed. She had to look up to see him, seated on the dais, raised high above the accused. Above me, she thought miserably. He was framed by stained glass windows that showed a stylized map of the Crescent Islands Empire, each jeweled bit of land caught within panes of sapphire blue. Instead of warm amber daylight, it cast the whole courtroom in a bluish tinge, which made all the painted faces glaring down at her from the balconies on either side of the dais look even more cold and unfriendly. It was all designed to intimidate and overwhelm, and it was, Turlu thought, rather effective. If the judge was a hermit crab, then she was an oyster, extracted from her shell, splayed open and exposed to the elements. She fidgeted with the sleeves of the tunic they'd given her, It was a gray cotton, soft from use and vastly oversized, and she wondered how many other much taller criminals had worn it before her. She knew how she looked in it, like a child playing dress-up, rather than a woman in her 20s. Or more accurately, I looked like a chipmunk. She was short and pleasantly plump, with wide eyes that made her always look slightly surprised, round cheeks, and smile creases around her mouth. She was certain she looked more like a chipmunk than a criminal, if chipmunks were lavender and gray. Her mother had purple skin, while her father was tinted more pink, and 𝐻𝐿u had ended up an agreeable shade of lavender, which matched nicely with the gray cotton. But however nice and innocuous she looked, it didn't seem to be making a bit of difference in the way the case was going. She'd even tried to tame her curls for the court appearance, as if tamed hair would make her appear any less guilty. The problem was she was guilty. She'd cast a spell. She gathered the ingredients, researched the words, deliberated on whether it was wise, decided it wasn't at all wise, and did it anyway. She'd created 𝐬𝐫𝐾, a sentient spider plant, to keep her company in the empty stacks of the great library of Elysium. She made herself a friend because she could not handle one more day of being friendless, of being so far from her family, of living sequestered in her silent and empty corner of the library, where the only choice was find a way to bear the isolation or admit that she'd failed to find a place for herself, that she'd made a mistake in leaving home, and that her family and friends were right to say she'd never flourish out in the world on her own. 𝐻𝐿u honestly hadn't thought anyone would mind. She'd harmed no one. She hadn't even inconvenienced anyone. And 𝐬𝐫𝐾 himself was delighted to be alive and thrilled to be her companion. The patron who'd noticed 𝐬𝐫𝐾, though, had been neither delighted nor thrilled. Only the most elite sorcerers were allowed to use magic. The spellbooks that filled the great library were for their use alone, by imperial decree. The imperial investigator who took the case was not about to let one low-level librarian be the exception to the rule. As the prosecutor, he'd argued eloquently for her guilt. Frankly, she didn't think he'd needed to argue so hard. She'd obviously broken the law. A talking, walking spider plant was kind of unignorable proof. And so, 𝐻𝐿u wasn't the least bit surprised when the judge pronounced, 𝐻𝐿u Perna, 4th librarian of the 2nd floor, East Wing of the great library of Elysium, you have been found guilty of illegal magic use. Sentencing will commence immediately. Beside her, 𝐦𝐨𝐫𝐾 rose. I plead for leniency. Like the judge, the head librarian was also encased in embroidered silk. But unlike the judge, she looked as if she belonged in such finery. She was an elegant woman with silvery gray hair, which had been braided to echo the latticework on the great door to Kinney Hall. Her onyx cheeks were painted in gold with symbols that indicated the oaths she'd taken to honor the history, wisdom, and knowledge of the Crescent Islands. If 𝐻𝐿u hadn't known that 𝐦𝐨𝐵 was old enough to be her grandmother, she would have assumed she was simply ageless. 𝐻𝐿u was both honored and amazed. that such an important and elegant person had chosen to speak on her behalf at her trial, especially given the whole, obviously guilty situation. Librarian 𝐒𝐿𝐵 intended no harm, 𝐦𝐨𝐫𝐞 said, her voice ringing through the vast courtroom up to the spiral dome above. Furthermore, she caused no harm. Not a single citizen was hurt. No property was damaged. Nothing was broken, stolen, or lost. There were no ill effects whatsoever from her lapse in judgment. I therefore plead for mercy from this court. This is her first offense, and she has learned from her mistake. She will not work magic again. I personally guarantee it. 𝐒𝐿𝐵 let out a little gasp in surprise. That was a tremendous statement, to have the head librarian promising her good behavior. She heard the sorcerers in the balcony, who had come to watch the show, whisper to one another and shuffle in their viewing boxes, clearly also surprised at this endorsement. The prosecutor rose, his scarlet robes rippling as he moved. It doesn't matter what you promise. It doesn't matter what the convicted intended or what she intends after this point. What matters is what others do in reaction to this case. If her punishment is light, then I guarantee that the Empire will see more illegal magic use, and it will not all be without consequence. I implore you to send a message to all who contemplate using magic without the proper license that the law is the law, and the Emperor's will is not weak. Mercy is not weakness, 𝐦𝐨𝐫𝐞 countered. Your honor, my counterpart, would have you feed the growing unrest. 𝐦𝐨𝐫 cut in. 𝐒𝐿𝐵's case has nothing to do with any. They argued back and forth until the judge raised one of his crab-like hands. I have made my decision. 𝐒𝐿𝐵 will be made an example of for the health and safety of the Empire. 𝐒𝐿𝐵 felt her mouth go dry. She clenched her hands together on her lap, bunching up the fabric of her tunic. An example. What does that mean? What are they going to do to me? She will be transformed into a statue and placed in the great library to serve as a warning to all librarians, scholars, and patrons who might be tempted to defy the law. There was a stunned silence. It was a harsher punishment than any she'd imagined, far, far harsher. She began to shake. Her heart beat as frantically as a hummingbird's wings. The drums began to sound, the signal that a verdict had been reached, deep and low and echoing. She felt them in her bones, each beat reverberating through her entire body. Around her, the courtroom erupted into shouting. 𝐦𝐨𝐫𝐿 stormed toward the dais, while 𝐒𝐿𝐵 sank deeper into her chair and hugged her arms around herself. It was only when the judge demanded silence that she realized she was screaming like a dying rabbit. It all happened quickly after that. 𝐒𝐿𝐵 was shuffled out of the courtroom by 2 court bailiffs. She stumbled as she walked, unable to remember how to place her feet one in front of the other. All the shouting had faded as if she'd been shoved underwater, smothered by the swirl of her thoughts. A statue, her transformed into a statue. Will it hurt? Will I live? Will they ever transform me back? The judge had made no statement about the length of her sentence. Is it forever? No, it couldn't be, could it? That would be too cruel. But if it wasn't, wouldn't the judge have set a duration? She'd never heard of such a punishment. But then she also hadn't heard of any librarian breaking the ban on magic use by non-sorcerers. With all the spell books in the great library, she couldn't imagine another librarian hadn't been tempted. But perhaps she was the first to be caught. She wished she'd been more careful, more clever. She didn't wish she hadn't done it. If she hadn't cast the spell, then Kaz would have never existed, and he'd been so happy to be alive. She'd never wished to undo that. She hoped that 𝐒𝐫𝐻𝐸𝐵𝐻 would keep her promise, that she'd keep Turlu's spider plant friends safe and happy. The bailiffs delivered her to a black stone room shaped like an octagon. It had no windows and no light except for a single candelabra in the center of the room that was lit with a dozen white candles, and it smelled of tallow and burnt herbs. A bearded man with sunken cheeks waited beside the candelabra. He held a bowl in his pale hands. She recognized what he was instantly: a sorcerer with the ingredients to a spell. And just as quickly she realized what this meant, there would be no reprieve, no last-minute mercy. Her punishment had been decided long before the judge had delivered his verdict. She stared at the sorcerer. She felt too empty to scream or cry now. She wished she'd had a moment to thank 𝐒𝐫𝐻𝐸𝐵𝐻 for trying. Turlu truly did appreciate her kindness. Change, he told her. She noticed a folded tunic, a library uniform, on a chair. She hesitated for only a second before stripping off the gray clothes and pulling on the familiar blue of a fourth librarian. At least, she wouldn't face her fate dressed like a criminal. She wondered if this was 𝐒𝐫𝐻𝐸𝐵𝐻's kindness as well, or if they simply wanted their example to be uniform as a librarian. The sorcerer watched her dispassionately, and she wondered what he'd do if she tried to flee. She knew she wouldn't get far, undoubtedly. There were guards on the other side of the door, and she didn't want him to cast the spell while she was fleeing. If she was going to be transformed into a statue, she didn't want her face to be frozen in fear. She wanted to at least try to be brave. "Will I live?" Turlu asked. The sorcerer hesitated. Yes, and then he began the spell. As her blood slowed and hardened, as her breath caught in her throat, as her eyes froze in place, as her flesh turned to polished wood, it occurred to her that perhaps that wasn't the right question to ask. But she couldn't think of a better one. If I live, I can hope. Darkness, silence. She didn't know which was worse, the darkness or the silence, but she was suffocating in both. She couldn't open her eyes. No, she couldn't close her eyes. Where am I? She listened. There was nothing, no breath, no heartbeat. A creak, then a sliver of light, and she could see shapes and shadows, shelves, a crate, and a cart. There were voices behind her, muffled, arguing about where to put a stack of chairs. She was in a storage closet. She wanted to call out to to the unseen voices, ask them to talk to her, no, beg them. She wanted them to move to where she could see them. She needed to see a face, to look into someone else's eyes, to see a smile. She wanted to tell them she was awake, alive, aware. I am here. The door shut. She dreamed sometimes, or almost dreamed, since it was never true sleep. Statues can't sleep. In her favorite dream, she was standing in sunlight, listening to music. Ah, music. And she was tasting a pastry, or tasting a kiss. And there were people all around her, voices and laughter that were the most beautiful music. All around her, it smelled like roses. But the dream never lasted. And then once again, there was nothing, nothing, nothing. She wasn't afraid anymore, or angry, or sad, but she wished, oh, she wished, for sunlight, for breath, for a kind voice. And so she dreamed and remembered and drifted through the days, losing her grasp on time and on herself. In the silence and the dark, the statue endured, when at last they came to place her on the pedestal they'd installed in the north reading room of the great library of Elysium. She wanted to thank them. At least now, she wouldn't be alone. Chapter 2. Snow fell gently on the statue, which was, the statue thought, lovely but unexpected. Flakes dusted her nose and fell onto her unblinkable eyes, and she wondered why she wasn't in the alcove in the north reading room on her usual pedestal. Clearly, I missed something important, she thought. She used to have a view of floor-to-vaulted ceiling bookshelves filled with priceless and dusty books and scrolls. Now, she was facing a grove of pine trees, wreathed in snow and laden with pine cones. She knew she'd been drifting ever since her transformation. But this time, she must have drifted for quite a while and slept very deeply to miss being moved from the great library to wherever this was. How long? She wondered. How much did I miss? Where am I? Between two pines, she spotted a glint of reflected sunlight, but she couldn't identify what. Suddenly, she shivered, and a ripple spread down her wooden limbs. Given that she was an inanimate object, she shouldn't be able to shiver. So why did? It intensified into a shudder, and she heard a creak that sounded like a tree bending. Oh no, was that inside me? And then crackle, crackle, crackle. She felt bubbles rising from her toes up to her knees, through her thighs, and into her torso, where they swirled faster and faster. For so very long, she'd felt nothing. And now suddenly, she felt everything. She burned. She froze. She hurt. She felt as if she were being ripped apart. And then she felt as if she were soaring through the clouds, her head spinning with 1,000 colors. She was an exploding star, bursting with indescribable pain and incandescent joy. And then Turluperna, formerly the 4th librarian of the 2nd floor, East Wing, of the great library of Elysium, Jewel, of the Crescent Islands Empire. And much more recently, a statue made of wood on display in the North Reading Room, condemned for the breaking of imperial law regarding unauthorized spellwork, collapsed into a heap on the snowy forest floor. She was flesh again. 𝐼𝐻 felt the wet snow seep through the thin fabric of her librarian tunic. It prickled her left thigh and her hip at the same time as the breeze chilled her bare arms. She sucked in air and felt the cold burn her throat, and she expelled it in a laugh. Oh, she could feel, she could breathe, she could move, she could talk. At the top of her lungs, she sang, la la la, her voice cracked, her throat dry from disuse. A bird startled from the top of a nearby pine tree. Sorry, she called to it as it flew away, red wings bright against the white sky. She breathed again as deeply as she could and inhaled the scent of pine and the crisp taste of winter, so sharp and clean that it hurt all the way down to her lungs. In fact, now that she noticed it, all of her hurt. Every joint and every muscle ached so badly they shook, but she couldn't stop smiling. She was alive again. For a moment, it overwhelmed her. She had very nearly given up hope. She'd had, after all, no rational reason to hope, except for the simple fact that she'd remained alive. 𝐻𝐻 pushed against the ground to stand up and promptly fell down. Oh, more snow soaked through her tunic. Pushing with both hands, she rocked forward into a squat. Steady, she said. You can do this, 𝐻𝐻. Her voice was stronger now, only wavering a little. Slowly, she stood. Her knees wobbled, and she grabbed on to the branch of the nearest tree. Its bark bit into her palm, but she didn't fall. She shivered as the cold seeped into her skin. Wouldn't it be terrible if she finally was restored to human, and she froze to death immediately? Yes, it would. Whoever restored me can't have intended me to freeze. Whoever restored. Of course, there had to be a sorcerer nearby who'd cast the spell to free her. Probably they just didn't know that their spell had taken effect already. As soon as they realized it had, they'd show up with blankets, coats, hot chocolate, and a really excellent explanation for where she was and why she was here. And she could thank them from the bottom of her soul. Hello, 𝐻𝐻 called. What was the word? Awake, alive, fleshy. She didn't want to shout that she was fleshy. I'm here, over here, hello. She waited for someone to answer, but no one did. The snow fell as soft as a whisper, and the wind brushed against the branches, making a shush, shush sound. It felt as if she were the only living soul in the forest, but that couldn't be. Someone had to have been responsible for the spell that revived her. So where was that someone? You did it, she called. You saved me. Yay, can you come out so I can thank you? Really, I'm very grateful. And also cold. Still, no one answered. 𝐻𝐻 wrapped her arms around herself, but it didn't help much. She tried a hesitant step forward. Her legs shook like a baby deer, but she kept herself upright. She took another step, and then another. Ahead was the glint she'd seen between the pine trees. She aimed for that, since every other direction was just trees and snow. Why would anyone cast a spell to restore her and not stick around to see if it worked? It was irresponsible spellwork. That's what it was. At the very least, the sorcerer could have pinned a note to her that said, "Just have to duck out for a quick bite to eat. Be back soon." Or they could have left a sign telling her which way to go. Or an arrow. It wouldn't have been so hard to make an arrow out of rocks or stray pine cones. This way to warmth and food. Unless whoever it was didn't want her to find shelter. What if this was a strange part of her punishment that she'd somehow not known about? She had been in shock at the verdict. Well, no, not at the verdict. She had been 100% guilty. She hadn't expected, though, for the punishment to be so severe. No one had. Turlu thought of 𝐿𝐴 arguing for leniency. But they'd wanted to make an example of her, and that was that. She'd been woodified. Or should that be solidified and statued? There wasn't a proper verb for it, which bothered Turlu. If you were going to do a thing to someone, there should be a verb for it. And if there wasn't, you should reconsider doing it at all. Snow fell harder. It swirled around her, and she held her arm in front of her face to keep it from flying into her eyes. It was ankle deep between the trees, and she had to march her feet, lifting her knees up high to make progress. The pine trees were clumped together with branches that poked her skin every time she brushed against one. Ducking under a thicker branch, she knocked into it with her back, and an armful of snow fell onto her neck. She yelped and scooted forward. So soon after her reawakening, she wasn't ready to react to anything that fast. She fell forward onto her knees. All the air rushed out of her with the jolt, and pain shot through her knees. Tears pricked her eyes. "Hello, anyone, please, I need help." Refusing to care, the snow continued to fall. Gritting her teeth, Turlu picked herself up and stumbled onward. Pushing another branch aside, more carefully this time, so the snow didn't dump on her again, she stepped out of the forest into a clearing. Ahead of her was a window. Many windows. A wall of windows, framed in black iron that curled delicately around the panes in branch-like patterns. The structure was massive, at least 3 stories high, and so wide that she couldn't see its corners. Tilting her head back, Turlu looked up and up to a glass cupola on the top. Snow fell on it. Stumbling forward, she reached the glass wall and pressed her hands against it as she looked inside. It was cool, but not icy, and she noticed there was no frost on the panes. Instead, the glass was cloudy, as if hot air inside had fogged it up. It's warm inside, she realized. Gloriously warm. All she could see through the foggy glass was a tangle of shadows. And green. It was filled with green. It's a greenhouse, she realized. An enormous greenhouse in the middle of the woods. It had to belong to someone, even if it was dark inside. If she could find the owner, perhaps she'd find her rescuer. Not that they were a very good rescuer, leaving her out here in the cold. She'd forgive them, though, if they let her inside. I'll forgive them instantly. They made her flesh again. Knocking on the glass, she called out again. "Hello, I'm out here. Please let me in." She walked along the glass wall, knocking as she went. It had to have a door, didn't it? Or a window that opened. I suppose I could break the glass, but that would let the cold inside as well as her, and what would the owner think of that? If they hadn't left her alone in the cold, she wouldn't need to break a window. Still, she'd rather not. It wouldn't be the best introduction. Besides which, she wasn't certain she could. It was thick glass, and her arms were shaking so badly that she wasn't certain she had any strength in them. Only as a last resort, the wall seemed to go on and on as the snow thickened at her feet. Her toes were beginning to feel numb, as well as her fingertips. She wondered if she had frostbite. She'd never been this cold before. She'd grown up on a sun-drenched island called 𝐼𝐻, where you were in far more danger of sunburn than frostbite. She used to walk barefoot through the sand and feel it tickle her toes on her way to her cousin's house. And she'd swim every sunset in the sun-warmed water before her parents called her in for dinner. At the height of summer, you could cook mussels and clams by leaving them out on the rocks, and you had to drink fruit juice to stay hydrated, or you'd risk the wrath of the cluster of grandfathers who'd hand out pitchers of guava and watery sweetberry juice at every street corner. Remembering, Turlu could almost taste the hint of sweetberry. It was the flavor of the summer solstice, when the whole island would be decked out in flowers and smell like chocolate and cinnamon and citrus, as every baker and aspiring baker would compete to create the most delectable pastries for the summer feast. At last, she reached the corner of the greenhouse and turned to see more glass. I have to break it. If I stay outside any longer, I'll be an ice statue instead of wood. She didn't know if that would be ironic or just pathetic. She laughed, slightly hysterically. Turlu scouted the ground for a rock or a sturdy branch. Everything was coated in snow, but she spotted a medium-sized branch that had fallen off one of the pine trees. She picked it up, and sap stuck to her palms. Carrying it back to the wall of windows, she eyed the glass. If she hit it in the center, it should be the weakest there. "Sorry," she said to her unknown host. "Very, very sorry. I'll clean it up, I promise." She swung the branch at the glass. It hit solidly. She felt the impact shake through her arms, but the glass didn't break. Dipping the branch down to rest for a second, she caught her breath. It felt like her muscles hadn't been used in months, which was accurate. Hefting up the branch, Turlu tried again. Not a dent, not a scratch. She whacked it again and again. After the 5th try, she stopped, panting. Either she wasn't strong enough, or the glass wasn't really glass, or it could be spelled to be unbreakable. She knew the windows in the palace had such spells on them. When the emperor visited the lower canals in the poorer parts of the city, he was said to travel in a carriage made entirely of glass, enchanted to be unbreakable. It was possible this greenhouse bore the same spell, in which case this will never work. She dropped the branch and sagged against the glass wall. Her only option was to find a door. For that, she had to keep moving. Maybe after a brief rest. No, keep moving. She didn't feel quite as cold anymore. perhaps because so much of her felt numb. Forcing herself forward, she trudged along the glass. She leaned her hand against it for support, which was the only reason she noticed the door. It was halfway down the wall of windows. Her fingers brushed against the latch before her eyes recognized it. She stopped and stared. At last, her brain caught up with her fingers and eyes. A door, an actual door. "Please don't be locked," she pleaded with it as she twisted the handle. It pushed open easily, and 𝐻𝐿 stumbled inside. All she saw was green as she was hit with a whoosh of warmth. She closed the door behind her and leaned against it. Suddenly warm, her fingers and toes began to tingle and then burn. She sank down onto the warm gravel as the winter wind swirled behind her outside, and she blew on her fingers and rubbed them until the pain subsided. As she nursed her fingertips, she gawked at the summery green before her. Wow, she breathed. The greenhouse smelled of fresh dirt and 1,000 flowers, the perfume of the perfect summer night when the cicadas sing tenor to the bullfrog's bays, and the moon is heavy with the promise of a fall harvest. Except there was no moon out, and the only sound was the swoosh, swoosh of snow on the glass ceiling high above, so that made it a somewhat inaccurate analogy. She thought it smelled wonderful regardless. 𝐻𝐿 peeled herself off the floor. Bits of gravel clung to her wet hem and stuck to her wet skin. She brushed them off and then examined her hands again. Her lavender flesh had pinkened from the cold, but there were no splotches of white. The pain had nearly completely subsided. She wiggled her toes experimentally, and they felt much better. I didn't freeze. Yay. "Hello, is anyone here?" she called. Her voice was swallowed by the greenery. She walked forward on a gravel path between the plants. She'd never seen such an overabundance of vegetation before. Vines climbed the pillars up to the roof of the greenhouse. Thick bushes with enormous elephant-ear-sized leaves lined the path, and trees with spindly trunks and a crown of fern-like leaves stretched high above them. In between, she caught glimpses of flowers, shiny red cups with brilliant yellow stamens, clusters of tiny white petals, and yellow and orange striped lilies. It was all crowded so tightly together that 𝐻𝐿 quickly lost sight of the walls of windows. The only view of the outside world was directly above her, through the windows of the cupola, where it looked merely white, either from the snow or the sky. She couldn't tell which. The only sound was the crunch of her shoes on the gravel and the squish of the melted snow between her toes. She was still shivering where her wet tunic touched her skin, but it was vastly warmer inside. She expected her clothes would dry quick enough. As she drew closer to the heart of the greenhouse, it became even hotter, and she soon saw why. A white porcelain stove in the shape of a spiral shell. It radiated heat, causing the air to waver near it. A bench with blue tile encircled it, and she dusted off a few stray leaves that had fallen on it and sat. Sighing in joy, 𝐻𝐿 cozied up to the stove. She couldn't see any hatch for inserting wood, and she didn't smell smoke. A magical stove, Unusual, but not impossible. Well, clearly not impossible, since here it was. Oh wow, she could curl up and sleep here. Granted, the bench could use a few pillows, and it needed to be cleaned. She doubted anyone had sat here in ages, given the thickness of the dust and the number of stray leaves on and around it. As she looked at the plants that filled the vast room, she wondered if anyone had been in this greenhouse in years. She began to feel a bit uneasy. She couldn't be alone in this vast place, could she? 𝐼 was no expert, but even she could see that the plants had been allowed to grow wild. They wound around each other in tight braids and tangles, filling every bit of available space. What if there's no one here? What if I'm alone? She felt panic bubble in her throat. Her heart began to race, and she gulped in air. After so much time unable to speak, unable to have a simple conversation, unable to touch anyone or be touched, I can't be alone here. Maybe this greenhouse was abandoned, but someone nearby had cast. 𝐼𝐿, a winged cat, walked around the stove on the blue tile bench. He had gray fur, amber eyes, and brilliant emerald wings that lay crossed on his back. When he reached 𝐼, he paused and looked at her. "Hello," 𝐼 said. "Aren't you a beauty?" Almost certainly agreeing with her, the winged cat proceeded toward her and climbed onto her lap. He kneaded her thighs through her tunic with his claws, turned around once, and then settled onto her. His emerald green feathers ruffled as he shrugged his shoulders into a more comfortable position. Okay, welcome," 𝐼 said, enchanted by such unexpected feline friendliness. Gently, she stroked between his ears. The fluttery fear in her throat receded as she petted the winged cat. Slowly, her heart calmed, and she could breathe without feeling like she was about to shatter. His fur was as soft as velvet. She smiled as he tilted his head so she'd pet his cheeks and neck. "So happy to meet you. I was beginning to think I was all alone here," he purred. Chapter 3. "Do you have a name?" 𝐼 asked the winged cat. He didn't answer, of course. She wasn't surprised. She'd never heard of a talking winged cat. She'd read a travelogue once about a distant island that was rumored to have a breed of talking lizards. The explorer had claimed they were prophetic, but he'd also devoted an entire chapter to the glories of a type of hallucinogenic mushroom, so his other claims were considered suspect. "Is there someone around here who feeds you?" she asked. "You don't seem feral." The cat was contorting himself so that she could pet beneath his wings. In her experience, strays were never this friendly, unless he'd been raised with humans and then abandoned. If so, that would explain why he was so desperate for cuddles. "I know how you feel," she told him. "That's me too." That was the whole reason she'd cast the spell that destroyed her life in the first place. She'd been lonely. It was that simple. And that pathetic, she thought. She had believed that a position at the library would mean helping researchers find obscure bits of knowledge, educating curious patrons, and sharing her favorite books with like-minded colleagues. She'd specifically requested and interviewed for a public-facing position only by the time she'd finished her training, though the imperial laws regarding magic had tightened even more, restricting the vast majority of the volumes in the Great Library. Only the most elite sorcerers were to be granted access to the spellbooks and related materials, and Turlu wasn't senior enough to be assigned to those luminaries. With apologies from the beleaguered librarian in charge of the second floor, Turlu had been reassigned to the stacks, where she was lucky if she saw another soul once a week, and then only briefly. The library, as a rule, did not attract social beings. Turlu was good at many things. She'd excelled at all her classes and proven herself to be a very organized and efficient researcher. Her professors had universally recommended her for the librarian position when she'd asked for references. She spoke 9 living languages and could read 6 extinct ones, including the complex and highly nuanced first language. Plus, she was fluent in several dialects used by the exclusively seafaring clans of the outer sea. She could also bake an excellent blueberry pie, thanks to a cookbook she'd found in the library. Play an 8-string guitar, at least a few primary chords, and sketch a reasonable facsimile of whatever she was looking at. But she was not good at being alone. She liked to talk, she liked to listen, and she wasn't interested in listening to herself talk. She was the kind of person who could walk into a shop and know everyone's stories, from the customers to the stalkers to their cousins twice removed, by the time she walked out with a tub of butter and a half-dozen eggs. This was not a useful skill, however, in the empty and quiet library stacks, and it wasn't useful inside an abandoned greenhouse either. I'm not alone here. There's the cat. How about we look around and see if we can find anyone? Turlu asked the cat, and maybe see if they have something to eat. Now that she was warm and mostly dry, she noticed she was hungry. In fact, hungry felt like a massive understatement. Her stomach was writhing as if it wanted to punch all her other organs. Scooping the cat in her arms, Turlu stood. The cat promptly squirmed out of her arms, fluffed his wings, and then climbed up onto her shoulder. She tensed, hunching her back, unsure of what he was doing and how he could possibly balance there. He flopped around her neck so that his front paws draped over her left shoulder and his hind paws draped over her right. She laughed as she straightened, her new furry scarf snug around her neck. Aren't cats supposed to be aloof? She loved that he was. He yawned in her ear. Any suggestions for which way to go? Several paths split from the white spiral stove and its toasty blue bench, disappearing into the greenery as they curved out of sight. One led back to the door she'd come through, but any of the others could lead to help and hopefully an explanation. Perhaps there was a grand house associated with this greenhouse, or even a village. She wouldn't know until she looked, and she had zero interest in sitting around, waiting for someone to come looking for her, especially after her experience with nearly freezing outside in the snowy woods. How about left? As if in answer, he swatted her face with his tail. She decided that was a yes. She started down the gravel path between wide-leaf plants. Orange and blue flowers grew on either side of her, their petals shaped like bird wings. Other plants leaned above the path as it curved and wound between their stalks. After a few twists, though, the walkway ended in a circle with an empty bird cage in the center, its door wide open. Ornate with jeweled flourishes, it looked large enough to hold a peacock. "Your former lunch?" she asked the cat. 𝐼𝐿 heard a flutter above her, and she looked up. Perched in the rafters was a bird with flowers growing out of its feathers. Roses cascaded from its tail, a lilac sprig sprouted from its head, and bluebells coated its wings. "Not lunch," 𝐼𝐿 said, "for either of us." The flower bird opened its mouth and sang a trill like a soprano's aria. Even more remarkable, with the song came the delicate scent of a just-bloomed flower. "Beautiful," she said. The winged cat swatted her cheek with his tail, as if offended she was admiring another creature. She grinned and reached up to pet his chin. Returning to the white stove, 𝐼𝐿 tried another direction, and her second-choice path meandered for longer through the thick greenery, before ending in a glass door rimmed with fancy ironwork. "See, I knew it had to lead somewhere." She opened the latch and went inside, into another, equally large greenhouse. This second greenhouse was so thick with humidity that the glass walls dripped with moisture. Sweat pooled in 𝐼𝐿's armpits, and she was grateful her tunic was thin. The air felt heavy, and it was an effort to fill her lungs. She looked up and squinted at the top of the greenhouse. Cradled beneath its glass peak was an orb that looked to be made of molten gold. An imitation sun, it swam with every shade of yellow, from pale lemon to deep amber. Circling it were dragonflies with sparkling diamond-like bodies and golden wings. They danced together in pairs and trios in a musicless promenade, beneath the false sun and its insect dancers. The plants in this room smelled like stew, in particular one with cabbages that had been allowed to simmer for too many hours. She wrinkled her nose, and the cat sneezed. He shifted, tickling her neck with his feathers, as he sat upright on her left shoulder. "Yeah, I think it stinks too," she said to him. The flowers, though, were extraordinary. 6-foot scarlet blooms shaped like trumpets, sprays of yellow heart-shaped blossoms, and deep purple flowers with thorns as long as her arm. Most grew directly in beds of soil, but a few cascaded from pots. Oblivious to the heat, more diamond dragonflies flitted between them, each exquisite, twinkling as they flew, drawn to the lurid blossoms. Holding her sleeve over her nose, 𝐼𝐿 hurried through the swampy greenhouse. Moss and vines choked every inch of the plant beds, and she heard water dripping and trickling all around her. The gravel was soggy beneath her feet, and frequently she had to hop over puddles. But the path was straight, and soon she and the cat reached the door on the opposite side, framed by 2 more scarlet trumpet flowers. She opened it and plunged through. Greenhouse number 3 was full of ferns. It smelled like a summer forest and was far cooler than the prior room, with fans that rotated overhead instead of a miniature sun. Even the colors were more restful, soft, almost furry green in every direction. "Much better," Turlu said, and the no longer overheated winged cat flopped bonelessly around her neck, as if in full agreement. She walked farther in along a path made of gray and blue slate of various shades. Like in the prior rooms, it split into multiple branches that were swallowed by greenery. On the side of every path were more and more ferns. She'd never imagined the world held this many different varieties of ferns: fluffy fronds and pointy fronds, and red ones and yellow spotted ones. And goodness, it was an excessive number of ferns. Turlu tried calling out again, just in case. "Hello, is anyone here?" She didn't expect an answer, and she didn't get one. The silence pressed in on her, and she felt herself gulping for air. "You're okay," she told herself. "You'll find someone." Reaching up, Turlu stroked the cat's neck. There had to be someone here, at least to feed the cat. She kept to the widest route. Hopping it would lead to the exit. Above her, 2 fans whooshed softly, drowning out the soft patter of the falling snow. Sure enough, Turlu found the next door, framed in the same delicate ironwork as the others. "How many greenhouses are there?" she asked as she opened it. She was proud that her voice only shook a little, even if it didn't fill the cavernous room. She spoke louder. "And do these count as multiple greenhouses? Or is it a single greenhouse with multiple rooms? If so, are they green rooms?" "No, that doesn't sound right. Greenhouses within a greenhouse." She studied linguistics extensively, but none of the texts she'd read had answered this specific question. Language was rife with oddities. It was one of the things she loved about the discipline. A single smaller room, the next greenhouse was filled with shelf after shelf of pots. Inside, it was the perfect temperature. It reminded her of the first day of spring in Elysium, when people filled their window boxes with seedlings and aired their freshly washed sheets out on their balconies. She walked farther in while the winged cat purred on her neck. The vast majority of pots only held soil, but a few had a green shoot punching through like a tiny fist raised in victory. Next to one was a trowel. Stopping, Turlu stared at the trowel. Her knees felt watery, and her lips curved into a smile. "There is someone here. A gardener." Someone had been tending to these pots, planting new seedlings or bulbs, or whatever was in the soil. These plants weren't overgrown and neglected. They were new growth, clear of weeds and debris. "Hello, hello." She rushed through the rows of pots into the next greenhouse and walked directly into the most beautiful sight she'd ever seen. It was a room full of roses. Everywhere she looked, roses climbed out of pots and over trellises, up the windows and into the cupola. Every shade imaginable: pink, yellow, white, champagne, sky blue, purple, fuchsia, coral, dusty pink, salmon pink, deep red, an even deeper red so dark it was almost black, and the scent. It was intoxicating. Turlu breathed it in. It was such a rich, luscious scent that it made her feel as if she were floating on clouds at sunset. The cat sneezed. "Don't be like that," she said. "It's nice." He stretched his wings and flew up toward the rose-coated rafters. Her shoulders felt instantly colder without him, and she wished he'd come back. Eyes up toward the ceiling, Turlu followed the cat as he soared, emerald feathers extended across the greenhouse. She was so intent on watching the cat that she nearly missed seeing the man, on his knees next to a rose bush with an overabundance of pale pink buds. A gardener was pruning dead sprigs. His back was to her, and he had one basket next to him filled with twigs, and a bag that was filled with clippers, trowels, and other tools. "Oh," she cried. "Hello, hello." Startled, he dropped his clippers as he jumped to his feet. The clippers clattered onto the slate as he swiftly turned to face her, without thinking about whether she should or not, whether it was appropriate or not, whether it was welcome or not. Turlu threw herself forward and hugged him. She wrapped her arms around him, pinning his arms to his sides, and she squeezed, her cheek pressed to his chest. It had been so very long since she'd touched anyone. Clinging to him, connecting with him, made her feel like she was really, truly here and whole again. "I'm alive, and you're real." A second later, she realized she was hugging someone she'd never met and who might not want to be hugged, and she sprang backward, and the moment of connection was over. "Oh, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have. I'm so terribly sorry. I won't do that again." He looked shocked, as if she dumped a bucket of water on his head. He also looked very handsome, even though there was a smear of dirt on his gold-hued cheek that she very much wanted to wipe off. She resisted the urge, though, since he was looking at her with so much confusion and alarm in his face that she thought he might flee if she tried. She knew what he was seeing when he looked at her. A short, plump, pastel-colored woman who was pretty in the same kind of harmless way that bunnies are pretty. She had a wide smile, big purple eyes, and round cheeks, plus chipmunk brown curls that bounced around her face. She did not look like the kind of person who ever popped up somewhere uninvited or did anything unexpected, which always seemed to mean people were extra shocked when she did exactly that. "I'm sorry," Turlu repeated. "It's just I thought this place was abandoned, and I didn't know if I was going to find anyone ever. And I didn't know what I was going to do if I couldn't find anyone, except for the cat, who is very nice and soft." She was babbling, she realized. She closed her mouth and attempted a friendly smile. "Who are you?" he asked. I really shouldn't have hugged him. That was not okay behavior. Should she apologize more? She desperately wanted to touch him again, to reassure herself that this wasn't a dream. "I'm Turlu Purna, 4th librarian of the 2nd, formerly 4th librarian. How did you get here?" She pointed the way she'd come. "Through a door, which I was very lucky to find. It's cold outside, and I wasn't prepared for." His expression lightened. "Oh, it's you, it worked." She blinked at him. "It's you," he said. But Turlu had never met him before and had no idea who he was or how he'd know who she was. "I'm sorry." He was smiling at her, and it was dizzying to be smiled at after everything that had happened. And all the shouting and accusations from before she'd been changed, the last sorcerers she'd met, had been less than friendly. There had been a lot of scowling from the balconies in the courtroom. But this sorcerer looked happy to see her. He also looked remarkably handsome. Even more handsome the longer she looked at him. He had gorgeous gold and black hair, jet black streaked with gold, that matched the golden sheen of his skin, and eyes that were as green as the cat's wings. He hadn't shaved recently, and his speckled gold almost beard looked soft enough to pet. "Do I know you?" she asked. "Do you know me?" Still smiling, he pointed his finger at her. "You're the statue." He had short fingernails with soil stuck under them. She'd never seen a sorcerer with dirt under his nails, but he had to be one if he'd cast the spell that restored her. Unless he wasn't the one who had cast it. She hadn't found anyone else. It had to be him. "You woke up." "Yes, I did," Turlu said. Was she not supposed to? Maybe it had been a mistake, and that's why she'd woken alone and in the cold. He marveled at her. "I didn't think it was going to work." Turlu felt herself begin to blush, knowing her lavender cheeks were deepening to a vivid magenta, which made her blush harder. She'd never been looked at like this before. He was staring at her as if she were a wish he'd been granted, gazing at her with his deep as the sea, beautiful green eyes. "You were the one who restored me. Thank you so much. I thank you. Really, I am so very grateful." She'd feel even more grateful if he'd point her toward a snack. Or better yet, a very large meal with at least half a loaf of bread. Would it be rude to ask for food so soon after he'd restored her life? She wasn't certain about the etiquette of these kinds of situations. Some sorcerers were known to be fussy. "I thought the transformation was going to be permanent. I didn't expect to ever be human again. To breathe, to smell, to talk. You have no idea how great it feels to be able to fill my lungs again after so long." She cut herself off before she waxed on too long about the joy of having lungs and a heart and a nose. Just having skin again was glorious. He walked in a circle around her, as if checking to see if any of her was still wood. How Turlu swallowed hard. She needed to ask how long it had been, what today's date was, but she couldn't make the question come out of her throat. She wasn't ready to hear the answer. She knew deep in her bones that she wasn't going to like it. Instead, she asked, "Why did you save me?" "Because you're a sorcerer." "I'm not a sorcerer," she said. "You are." His smile faded. "I'm not a sorcerer, but you restored me. That requires a spell. You have to be a sorcerer." It was illegal for anyone else to work magic. If her trial and punishment had made anything clear, it was that. It didn't matter the kind of spell, the intent of the caster, or the results. The emperor refused to allow anyone who didn't have the proper training to attempt any spell work whatsoever. I was sent the spell along with the statue. "You, I mean," You were the statue, weren't you? You aren't trying to trick me." He was scowling now, his eyebrows low and his forehead crinkled. His eyes were still beautifully green despite the scowl, and she told herself firmly that she shouldn't be noticing that, especially while he was accusing her of trickery. What sort of trick could she possibly never mind? It didn't matter. She had far too many more questions to ask. "Yes, I was the statue," 𝐿 said. "But who sent me to you? Who are you? And where is this? It's not Elysium. I would have heard if there were such an extensive greenhouse anywhere in the capital. Which island is this, and why am I here?" He wasn't looking at her as if she were the sun and moon anymore, and she missed that. Actually, he looked a bit like a wild bear when he scowled. A handsome golden bear still, but not a happy one. She added, "If you don't mind me asking, you're supposed to be a sorcerer," the gardener said. "I'm sorry, but I'm not." "Then what are you?" "I'm a librarian." Though he stared at her, and she stared at him. "I'm usually much better at this sort of thing," she thought. She mangled this conversation from the beginning. I shouldn't have hugged him. Taking a breath, she marshaled her thoughts to begin again. She'd start over, introduce herself, ask her questions one at a time, and then, with a humph-like grunt, the handsome golden bear-like gardener picked up his basket and his bag of tools. "You should rest. Whoever you are and why ever you're here, you went through a lot. Rest and eat." That did sound like a good idea, and she had been through a lot, but my cottage is just outside the greenhouse. You can stay there until you, leave. As if that resolved everything, he began to walk away. "Wait, where are you going?" 𝐿 asked. "I'm supposed to leave." "Leave and go where?" Why was he walking away from her? I have to think." He picked up his pace. I have to go. I have work to do." If she weren't fully aware that she was the least intimidating person ever to exist in the Crescent Islands Empire, she would have thought he was fleeing her. That's not possible. He was dismissing her because she wasn't a sorcerer, and therefore not worth his time. Once again, like home, like the library, she was somewhere she wasn't wanted and didn't belong. Except this was worse, because she didn't know how she'd gotten here. "Please," she called after him. "I still don't understand why I'm here, or who sent me here, or where here is, or anything." "Neither do I," the gardener said over his shoulder. He then turned a corner, leaving her staring at only roses. Chapter 4. The cat meowed from the ceiling and jolted 𝐿 out of her shock. She hurried after the gardener. "Wait, please. I don't understand." She rounded the corner and saw the path split 5 ways, each vanishing beneath a canopy of roses. Had he really just left? Who did that? Sure, he'd said she could rest in his cottage, which was lovely of him, but she didn't know where it was, or who he was. "Come back, please. I don't even know your name." She picked a path at random and started down it. A few yards in, she decided he couldn't have gone this way. There were too many roses that crisscrossed the walkway for him to have used it. She pivoted and hurried back to the junction. "You can work while we talk, or I can help you work." I know how to make myself useful. Favorite family story. Once, there was a storm coming, and no one had given me a job to do. So I decided to move every single chicken into the house. I was 3 years old, determined to help, and the chickens were feisty, but I got them all in before the wind hit. My parents retold that every time it stormed, they said it was the funniest sight. 3-year-old me waddling determinedly with my arms full of fussy poultry. Hey, you can't just bring someone back to life and then walk away. Except that was exactly what he'd done. He'd fled, as if he were the criminal, and she an imperial investigator. She hurried down the second path, which ended in an arbor overflowing with copious amounts of roses. A cascade of snowy white roses spilled over dark green leaves, stunningly beautiful but unhelpful. I lost him. She wanted to weep, which wasn't like her at all. She was more of a put a smile on and blunder ahead kind of person than a weeper, at least under usual circumstances. But she hadn't been under usual circumstances for a while, and right now she was hungry, achy, and bone-deep tired. She wished she were back in the library, even as quiet and empty as it was, by one of the great fireplaces with a mug of hot chocolate in her hands. "Get it together, Turlu," she said out loud. "At least you know there's someone here." It wasn't much consolation, since he'd practically run from her. But she was still better off than she'd been before she knew there was someone else on this island, wasn't she? The silence was beginning to sound loud. She thought of the storage room, and she hugged her arms, reassured to touch flesh and not polished wood. I'm not there anymore. I'm alive again, and I'm not alone. Returning to the heart of the rose room, Turlu looked up at the rafters. "Kitty, want to come with me?" She spotted a bit of gray fur and a flash of green feathers, but he didn't fly down. Of course, she didn't expect the winged cat to come when she called. As friendly as he was still a cat. It was nice that he hadn't abandoned her entirely. "What do you think I should do?" He didn't answer, but it didn't matter because she'd already decided to walk down a third path. If it failed, she'd try the fourth and then the fifth. Rest and food could wait. I'm not giving up. I'll find him, and he will answer my questions. Hopefully, in addition to the roses on the trellis above her. This path also had miniature rose bushes tucked along both sides that boasted blossoms with tiny overlapping petals in pale pink. Fallen petals were strewn over the slate stones as if the garden were a bridal bower. Thankfully, this path ended in a door. As she opened it, the cat swooped low over her head to fly through above her. Following him, she stepped into an array of flowers more varied than she could have imagined. While the first and second greenhouses had been saturated in green, and the rose room had been filled with delicate and elegant pastels and jewel tones, this one looked as if it had been drenched by a rainbow. "Wow," she said, gawking at all of it. Lilies bloomed in 1,000 different shades of yellow, red, orange, and white, with stripes and polka dots. Bell-like flowers in pink and blue clustered on bushes. Fat firework-like clumps of brilliant white flowers exploded on another. Between them flew butterflies like no butterfly she'd ever seen. Their wings changed color with each flap. Red to blue to yellow, to black to silver to purple. She marveled at the ripple of rainbow as they floated from blossom to blossom. "Hello," she called, more out of politeness than any belief the gardener would answer. She walked through and wondered, what was this place? Where did all these plants come from? And the flower bird, the dancing dragonflies, and the color-changing butterflies. Why were these extraordinary greenhouses here? Leaning over, Turlu inhaled the scent of a cluster of purple flowers on a bush. Lilac. She'd never seen a lilac with such large blooms, but it smelled like lilac, heady and sweet. "Rio." The cat flew past her, his feathers brushing her cheek. "Oh, do you know where he went?" Turlu asked. Whether he did or not, following the winged cat seemed like a much better idea than wandering aimlessly, helping to stumble across a man who'd made it very clear he was done talking with her. She kept the cat in sight as she wound through the glorious flower beds. She noticed there were no weeds in any of the beds, despite the riot of colorful growth. The ones with lilies had only lilies, and the lilac bushes were rooted in weed-free soil. A wheelbarrow by the side of the path was piled high with plant debris. These were clearly not abandoned greenhouses, as she'd first thought. A butterfly landed on a lily and closed its wings. Colors shimmered over it in waves, red to purple, chased by blue then green, green then gold. There could be more than one gardener. She'd already walked through more enormous greenhouses in this complex than could possibly be cared for by a single person, and there seemed to be no end in sight. She liked the idea of finding a different, friendlier gardener. Walking faster, Turlu followed the winged cat to another door and opened it to be greeted with a whoosh of winter wind and a swirl of snow. She shut the door. Not that way. Landing on the ground, the cat pawed at the door. "Rio, you don't want to go outside. It's cold." There wasn't anything out there, but snow and trees was there. The gardener had said his cottage was outside the greenhouse, nearby. Could that be what the cat wanted? Or did he just want to chase birds? The cat rubbed against her ankles and then headbutted the door. Turlu noticed there was a hook near the door with a heavy beige coat hanging on it, as well as a thick red scarf. "What's outside?" Turlu asked the cat. He meowed again. She took the coat off the hook and wrapped herself in it, then added the scarf for good measure. It was soft wool, and it smelled faintly of pine and cloves and nutmeg. The far too large coat swallowed her, which she didn't mind since it would keep her warm. "All right, but if you just want to chase sparrows, then I'm coming right back in." Ready this time, she opened the door and stepped out into the snow. It had piled up as high as her ankles and drifted even higher against the side of the greenhouse, and it was still falling, now in fat flakes that clumped together, dotting the sleeves of the coat and the ends of the scarf. Flapping his wings, the cat flew out of the greenhouse toward the forest. "Wait for me," she told him, testing the handle to make sure the door wouldn't lock behind her. Turlu closed it and then waded into the snow. After all the flowers, the wintry air tasted like fresh mint, clean and sharp on her tongue. Ahead were the pine trees, their branches painted with snow, and between them was that a cottage. It was. With the winged cat flying beside her, she headed for it. She saw a curl of smoke rising up from the chimney and smelled wood smoke, tangy in the air. Snow coated the cottage's roof, and icicles had dripped down in front of the windows. It looked like it was laced with sugar. Closer, she saw it had gray shingles, green shutters, and a green door, the same colors as the winged cat. Snow-filled window boxes were in front of the 2 windows on either side of the door, and the walkway had been cleared at some point. The snow was half the depth as elsewhere. Someone must have swept it aside before the latest batch of snow. The gardener. Was this his cottage? He said it was just outside the greenhouse. But how could she be certain she'd chosen the correct door to exit the vast structure? Surely there were other inhabitants in other cottages on the island as well. Well, I did say I wanted to find a different gardener. The cat glided to the front door and landed on the stoop. He pawed at the door, and Turlu joined him, knocking with her chilled fist. She shoved her hands back into the coat pockets as soon as she'd knocked, waiting for whoever lived in the cottage to answer the door. When no one came, she knocked again and then peered through the window. She could only see a bit of inside, given the position of a cabinet, but she saw the corner of a wood table and a fireplace beyond it. Within the hearth, amber flames danced merrily. He had said she could rest in his cottage, so she wouldn't really be breaking and entering if she went inside, right? Unless, again, it wasn't his cottage. Turlu tried the doorknob, and it twisted easily. Pushing the door open a few inches, she called out, "Hello. Anyone home? May I come in, please?" Propelling himself with his wings, the cat darted past her ankles inside the cracked-open door. She supposed this must be where her new furry friend lived. Not a stray. She was a little disappointed. She started to, privately of course, think of the gray-furred, green-winged cat as her cat. She stepped in and closed the door behind her. Inside, it was toasty warm, and tiny, and perfect, dripping snow on the front mat. She looked around and loved every inch of it. Beneath a window on her right was a bed piled invitingly high with pillows and blankets. A narrow desk with neatly stacked papers and envelopes sat beside it. On her left was the kitchen with a sink and cabinets, all very neat and clean with plates and bowls stacked beside cups. Opposite the front door was the fireplace, with a hefty cushioned chair that looked perfect for curling up with a book. And in the center of the room was a table with a bouquet of lilacs in a pitcher. A little wooden door near the sink most likely led to the washroom. Dried herbs and flowers hung from the rafters, and it all smelled like soup. She breathed the word like a benediction. It wasn't just the dried herbs she was smelling. It was the rich, heavy aroma of cooked, whatever was cooking over the fire. She didn't care what kind it was. It was glorious, beautiful soup. She started toward it before it occurred to her that it was rude to help herself when she didn't even know if this was in fact the gardener's home. The judge who had condemned her wouldn't look kindly on her if her very first act after being restored was to trespass and steal. On the other hand, the judge wasn't here, and the soup was. It had to belong to the gardener, she told herself, didn't it? She dithered by the door for another moment, while the winged cat curled up on the comfy chair and spread his feathers out to dry in the heat of the warm fire. Hunger won, as well as the amazing smell of the soup. I'll only have a little. After taking off the borrowed coat and scarf and hanging them on a hook by the door, she retrieved a bowl from the kitchen cabinet, crossed to the fire, and ladled herself 2 scoops of cut-up vegetables and broth. She didn't hesitate when she sat at the table. She immediately put a spoonful in her mouth. At the great library of Elysium, all the librarians' meals were prepared by unseen cooks in a kitchen on a level devoid of books. Several of their cooks were high-caliber chefs, with a pedigree that included many noble houses, and often even the imperial palace. They were expected to provide meals for the sorcerers who consulted the library. And so, for that reason, they often turned out perfectly roasted meats, delicately spiced pastries, and mouth-watering desserts with custards that looked like they were made of molten gold. Turlu had often ordered just desserts for her meals, especially near the end, when she felt she needed more and more comfort food. Once, she'd gotten an exquisite puff pastry swan, a leftover from an imperial party that had been held in one of the grander rooms of the library. Her fondness for sweets was part of why a lover had once described her as pleasantly huggable, a description she was perfectly fine with if it meant she'd gotten to eat pastry swans. She'd also had some amazing meals on her home island of 𝐿𝐼. A coconut curry made by one of her aunts that had been known to reduce grown men and women to tears. A duck roasted over a fire pit after marinating in a special secret sauce. And dragon fruit jelly on a hot, buttery donut. But Turlu thought she had never tasted anything as good as this soup. Did he make this? It had herbs she had no name for, but they made her feel as if she were being hugged. It was warm and nutty, and the vegetables, which she also couldn't identify, were sometimes sweet and sometimes tart, and always perfect. The broth warmed her throat, straight down to her stomach, and she felt its warmth spread to the rest of her. It was impossible to think about anything else while she ate. And so she just ate and tasted the sweet and the spicy and the nutty and the warm, while the winged cat purred louder and louder by the crackling fire. After making sure there was plenty still in the pot for the gardener, she had a second bowl, and then, finally, for the first time since becoming human again, felt like herself. She smiled at the cat, at the cottage, and at the empty soup bowl. and she began to think again. Clearly, this was the gardener's cottage, and just as clearly, he planned to return soon. He'd left his soup to cook, so even if he hadn't been expecting to be feeding her, at the very least, he intended to come back for his dinner once he was done with his work. If she just waited here, then he'd come home, and she'd be able to have the conversation that she'd wanted to have in the greenhouse. He'd answer her questions, and she'd figure out why she was here, whether it was intended as a gift or a punishment, and what she was supposed to do next. While she waited, she cleaned and dried her bowl and spoon, as well as the little puddles of water she'd left when she'd tramped in snow from the outside. That took only a few minutes. After that, she looked out the window at the snow, which was now falling lightly, and the greenhouse. She hadn't noticed earlier, but during her meal, the sun had set, and the outside was settling into soft shadows. He'll be home soon. When soon didn't come soon enough, she picked up a book that was on his desk, The Care of Orchids by 𝐿 and sat on the foot of his bed to read. The winged cat had claimed the only chair that wasn't wood, and the pillows were so downy, they felt the way fresh fallen snow looked like it should feel. Opening the book, she began to read. She didn't intend to fall asleep, but with the falling light outside, the gentle whisper of snow on the window, the warmth of the fire, and the softness of the pillows, she was lost by the end of the 3rd chapter. Chapter 5. Turlu woke to sunshine and honey cake. Daylight streamed through the windows, brightening the snow outside so it gleamed and sparkled with 1,000 flashes of color. Sitting up, she stared out the window at the pine trees and the freshly fallen snow and the greenhouse while her brain caught up to her body, and she remembered where she was and that she was flesh again. She looked around and saw that the cottage was not precisely as she'd left it. The soup pot no longer hung over the fire. The dishes she'd used and cleaned had been put away, and a plate with a thick slice of honey cake was sitting on the table next to a fork and a neatly folded napkin. How nice. Oh wait, this isn't good. The gardener had come home, and Turlu hadn't woken. In fact, the entire night had passed, and a slice of the morning, and she'd slept through it all. She glanced at the chair, and the winged cat was gone as well. What must the gardener have thought when he found her asleep in his bed? He said to rest, but all night, in his own bed. Yet he hadn't woken her up. Where had he slept? Had he slept? He'd done plenty of chores, including making me breakfast. At least she assumed it was for her. She had no actual way to know that, unless he'd left a note, which it didn't look like he had. She imagined what such a note would say: "Dear stranger in my bed," or "Dear intruder," or "I liked you better as a statue." She got out of bed and ran her tongue over her teeth. Her mouth felt gummy, and she wished she had her brush and paste. Also, a privy. Hello, I'm awake now. Are you still home?" Of course he was. She checked the narrow door by the kitchen sink and happily found the washroom, complete with a sink, toilet with a pull chain to flush, and all the amenities Fresh water was in a deep bowl next to a sponge, and a towel that smelled like rosemary. Had he left this for her, as well as the honey cake? She wished he'd stayed for her to ask. Guilt swirled inside her, also hunger. She loved honey cake, but she'd eaten his soup and slept in his bed the entire night. And to assume he was fine with her taking more, I am the worst houseguest ever. She could bake him a blueberry pie as thanks. Everyone liked pie. Of course, he'd have to loan her the ingredients, which wouldn't make it much of a thank you. She picked up the towel and noticed there were clothes beneath it, pants of the softest wool she'd ever felt, and a knit top, as well as clean socks and undergarments, all of which looked her size, and that decided her. He'd left these for her to use, and he'd thought of everything. There was a wedge of soap, as well as jar of toothpaste. Turlu washed, changed, and emerged, half expecting him to be in the cottage waiting for her. But he was not. It was empty. She felt a little shiver. Just a cottage, not a storage closet. And she wasn't on a pedestal. She could walk outside whenever she wanted. She glanced at the chair, wishing the cat had stayed. It was quiet, except for the soft crackle of the fire in the hearth. It burned low, and she wondered if she should add another piece of firewood, or if he preferred it low. She left it as it was, and sat at the table to eat the honey cake in silence. He'd left a syrup for the cake, which she poured on top, and the moist cake soaked it in. She took a bite. It was perfection. Vanilla and honey and lightness. It tasted like sunrise, and all of a sudden she didn't mind that she was alone. She didn't feel alone anymore. She poured water from a pitcher by the sink, and she discovered it tasted like strawberries and mint, which was amazing in winter. She marveled at it. Perhaps there was another greenhouse room full of herbs and strawberries, miraculously ripe in the heart of winter. Turlu cleaned after she finished and tried to think of how she could leave a thank you. But she had nothing, and didn't want to use any of his paper without asking. She'd already eaten his food, slept in his bed, and used his toothpaste. I'll simply have to find him, she resolved. The coat and scarf were where she'd left them, and she put them on. She was pleased to discover that her night's sleep had cured her of the aches she'd felt when she transformed back into flesh. She hoped there would not be any lasting effects from her time as a statue. That would be nice. She wondered if there had ever been any studies done on the long-term effects of transformation spells. If she had access to the great library, she could check. But she had the sense that she was a very long way from the stacks she knew. She wondered how far. How had she come here? Had she been loaded onto a boat like a piece of lumber? Had she been shipped with supplies? Or had she been treated like a person as she traveled? Did whoever transported her know she'd once been a person? Why had she been sent anywhere? She'd been positioned on her pedestal for a purpose. Every new librarian received their training in the North Reading Room, and so they'd all been told her story in whispers or as a lesson. They'd read the plaque beneath her and wonder, why had she done it? Why had she risked so much, sacrificed so much? It hadn't been for the good of the empire, and it hadn't been for her own wealth or personal gain. Why would anyone want to cast a spell to create a sentient houseplant? She wondered if anyone knew the ignoble truth. It was because she didn't think she could take one more hour in the stacks without anyone to talk to. She didn't want to quit, and she didn't want to leave. She loved the library, and she believed that she could be good at her job if she could just solve this one little problem. Even more, she didn't want to slink home and admit that she'd failed to make it in the capital city. Her family hadn't wanted her to leave, and they hadn't understood why she'd been so desperate to find a place where she felt she had purpose. Maybe it had been pride or some other personality flaw that had led her to casting the spell that created a self-aware spider plant named Kaz. But she had truly thought that since she wasn't doing any harm, as 𝐒𝐫𝐻𝐸𝐵𝐻 herself had pointed out, no one would mind or even notice. She'd been very, very wrong about that. In retrospect, she supposed the sudden appearance of a talking plant had been rather difficult to ignore. Anyway, that was the past, and now she had an unexpected present to face. It was clear what she had to do: find the gardener, thank him, and apologize, and then bombard him with as many questions as he'd answer before he ran away again, including how much time had passed since her trial. She couldn't keep avoiding that question just because she was afraid she wouldn't like the answer. Outside, the day was crisp but beautiful. She inhaled deeply. Overhead, birds were singing to one another, cascading trills from high in the branches. She caught a glimpse of a red cardinal, bright scarlet against the white snow, green pine, and blue sky as it flew over the top of the greenhouses. The snow crunched under her feet as she let herself inside, and then hung up the coat and scarf. Gardener Kitty, good morning. Silence greeted her. Good morning, flowers, she said to the plants. None of them answered her either. She walked between the lilies and lilacs, inhaling their heady perfume, and listening for any hint of sound from any direction that would tell her where to go. She thought she heard a hum to her left. She followed that path, opening the door to the next greenhouse. She was greeted with music, smaller than the prior rooms. This greenhouse was an octagon filled with flowers both in pots and planted directly into the soil, all in full blossom. Tulips, daffodils, lilies, roses, and orchids, as well as tulip trees, magnolia trees, and dogwood trees. Every flower on every plant and tree was singing wordlessly in perfect harmony. No one had written this music. It flowed and evolved, notes tumbling over one another, and then joining in chords more by happy accident than design. The harmonies melded and split and flowed around her, washing over her as gently as a stream over stones. And Turlu stood on the path and felt the tears flow down her cheeks. She wasn't certain why she was crying, "I'm alive. I slept, I washed, I ate." She had no reason to cry. Stop it, she told herself, but that had no effect. If she hadn't just been thinking about Kaz, then it might not have hit her so hard. But she was thinking about him, the friend she'd made and lost. When when she walked into the greenhouse of singing flowers. She cried for the life she'd lost along with her new friend. Even if she hadn't particularly liked that life, it had been hers. She earned that library position, though it hadn't been what she'd dreamed it would be. She cried, too, for Kaz himself. Was he happy? She hoped so. Was he safe? She wondered if she'd ever know. Did he know what had happened to her? Did he mourn when she was turned into a statue? Did he know she'd been saved? Did anyone? She thought of her family on 𝐸𝐻, her parents and her sister, and her aunts, uncles, and cousins. And she wished they were here or she was there. If she could find a way to write to them, but what would she say? How would she explain? She didn't even know if they knew what had happened to her, how badly she'd messed up. It was better if they didn't know. They could mourn the woman they'd hoped she'd be, rather than worry about the criminal she was. The floral music flowed around her, soothing her and comforting her, and at last her tears stopped. She took a shaky breath and wasn't sure if she felt better or just more damp. "You sound beautiful," she said out loud. She wondered if any of them could hear her, and if they did, could they understand her? Were any of them like Kaz was, fully awake and aware? "Hello, my name's Turlu. Can any of you speak?" The flowers didn't stop singing. Not like Kaz then. Turlu walked through the greenhouse, counting the singing plants and trees. 63, no, wait. There was a little bluebell in a bright pink pot that was singing high soprano beneath a dogwood tree that crooned in baritone. 64, an extraordinary number. She knelt next to the bluebell and admired how its petals widened with each crystal clear note. This was a chorus that an emperor would envy, who had enchanted them all to sing like this. This required a lot of spell work, very advanced spell work too. Could the gardener have done it? He'd woken her, but he'd claimed he wasn't a sorcerer. Had he lied? Why would he lie? It wasn't illegal for sorcerers to cast spells. If he was a sorcerer, it would be safer for him to tell the truth. So she supposed it wasn't him. But if he wasn't responsible for this chorus, then who was? Who else was here? She left the singing greenhouse through a door painted with musical notes. One of the other miraculous things about this place, in addition to the wealth of plants and the harmony of the flowers, was the way the doorways truly separated each room. Heat, moisture, cold, none of it leaked into the next greenhouse, even when the door itself was open. It has to be a spell, a very complex and advanced one. Like with the singing flowers, but more practical. Turlu stepped across the threshold and noted that, once again, this climate was entirely different from the prior one. It was hot and dry and far quieter, with paths and garden beds that were filled with sand. Cacti grew here, tall ones with arms that reached toward the ceiling, as well as short, spiky knobs that poked through the ground. A few had star-like yellow flowers clustered between their leaves, and one had a cascade of trumpet-like pink flowers. She spotted a rabbit-sized griffon on top of one of the larger cacti. It let out a little leonine roar before it flew up to the rafters. She wondered if it was friends with the winged cat. She found the next greenhouse quickly and walked into a pleasantly warm room full of potted trees. Fruit trees. Ooh, were any of them orange trees. Imagine a fresh orange, only a few weeks from the winter solstice. Her home island boasted fantastic groves of orange trees, but they were never ripe in winter. Her favorite winter feast treat had been candied orange covered in chocolate. Her first winter solstice in Elysium, she'd scoured the city for a confectioner who'd sell candied chocolate orange. She'd found one that sold an orange liqueur chocolate, but it hadn't been the same. Turlu opened the next door, wondering what wonders she'd find. But instead of a display of glorious green or a false sun or an unexpected chorus or a random griffon, she walked into a plant graveyard. It was such a shocking contrast that she gasped out loud. Her breath hung in the air, a cloud of mist, and she hugged her arms as she walked farther in. Above her, the glass was splintered, with a few panes that were fully shattered. Snow had drifted inside and was sprinkled across the beds of brittle and withered plants and broken glass. The brown skeletons of shriveled vines clung to the pillars, and the remnants of sprouts sat curled in pots of dry dirt. What in the world had happened here? All the other rooms she'd seen had been brimming with life, but this greenhouse was silent and cold. Her footsteps crunched as she walked to the door on the opposite side. She hurried through into another just shy of freezing room, full of desiccated plants. Why had this happened? How had the gardener allowed it? She continued through dead greenhouse after dead greenhouse, shivering, until at last she'd had enough and reversed directions. If she'd known how many had been abandoned, she would have borrowed that coat again. Her shoes crunched on the gravel, the only sound as she walked back through the silent greenhouses. They were shrouded in their silence. She'd seen a total of 5 abandoned rooms, but who knew how many more there were? She walked quickly, not merely because of the cold. It felt like she'd infiltrated a graveyard. As a living being, she didn't belong. She felt her heart beat faster, her breath shorten. She was halfway across the first dead greenhouse, almost back to the living, when she saw the gardener hurrying toward her, smiling in relief. Turlu opened her mouth to greet him. "You shouldn't be here," he snapped, friendly as always. She'd hoped that the honey cake and the clothes had been a peace offering, an apology for waking her in the cold and then dismissing her yesterday, but she supposed not. "Sorry, I didn't know. Come where it's safe." He herded her through the door back into the desert room with the cacti and the air that felt as warm as a sweater. She felt the heat soak into her skin as the winged cat wound around her ankles. She knelt to pet him. He yowled at the door. "Until I came," the gardener said. "You did?" Turlu asked the cat. "Thank you for worrying about me. You didn't need to, though. I was on my way back." Spreading his wings for balance, the winged cat clambered up her skirt. She cradled him as she stood up. "You shouldn't have gone in there," the gardener said. "Those rooms are not structurally sound. In a few of the lost greenhouses, the ceilings have collapsed." He scowled at the door as if it were at fault for letting her in. Turlu shivered at the thought of the glass ceiling collapsing on top of her. Squirming out of her arms, the winged cat climbed onto her shoulders and flopped around her neck. "You should put up a sign or keep it locked. I'm the only one here," he said, with an unspoken, "and I know better." He added, "Well, the only one aside from Emerald, but he can't open doors." Emerald, she knew there had to be someone else here. How else could those flowers be singing? She hoped this Emerald would be able to explain what had happened and why she was here and what she was supposed to do. Is Emerald the sorcerer? Emerald is the cat. He pointed to the winged cat who purred in her ear. "Okay, fine. Not an unknown helpful sorcerer. Hello, Emerald. I'm 𝐿. Looking up at the gardener, she waited for him to introduce himself. When he didn't, she asked, "What's your name?" He looked surprised. She wanted to know. 𝐿𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴. That felt like progress, at least a little. "Nice to meet you, 𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴. Thank you for saving my life. Also for the soup, the honey cake, the clothes, and use of your bed last night." 𝐴𝐴𝐴 shrugged. He picked up a tote bag with gardening tools. He was going to walk away again. But this time, he wasn't going to catch her by surprise. She kept pace with him. "What happened to those greenhouses?" she asked. "The magic failed." "Why, it just failed. What has been done to try to fix it?" He stopped walking. You were supposed to fix it." She halted too. "Me, that made no sense." She knew nothing about fixing greenhouses. She didn't think she'd ever even been in one before, unless a florist shop counted. But she didn't think it did, or at least it wasn't the same scale. "Why me?" 𝐴𝐴𝐴 shrugged again. "I appealed to the capital, asked them to send a sorcerer to help restore the spells that enchant the greenhouses. For nearly a year, I got no answer. And then they sent you. But there appears to have been a mistake, because you say you're not a sorcerer. A mistake." The word hurt. Once again, she wasn't wanted. She thought of the day she'd decided to leave home, how she'd felt when she'd realized she had no place there anymore, no future that she wanted, and no future that wanted her. This wasn't the same, of course, and she knew it was silly to feel that way. He wasn't saying anything about her personally, just that he needed a sorcerer to fix whatever spell kept the greenhouses intact and warm and hospitable. She supposed it was appropriate. Her whole life had been a series of mistakes, one after another. A mistake to leave 𝐼𝐼 for a hazy dream of a future with purpose. A mistake to think she could make it at the great library. A mistake to create 𝐿𝐴𝐴𝐴. The magic wasn't a mistake. Getting caught was the mistake. She took a breath and asked the question she should have asked the moment she woke. The one she knew would have an answer she wouldn't like. "Could you tell me, that is? I need to know. What year is it?" 𝐴𝐴𝐴 gave her a curious look. Imperial year 857. She'd half expected it. All that time on the pedestal, all the days that drifted into more days, the darkness that melted into the next night. She knew it had been more than a year. She guessed 3, 4 at most. 6 though, 6 was a blow. 𝐿 felt herself start to shake. 6 years. She supposed she hadn't aged while she'd been made of wood. But her family, everyone she knew, a lot could happen in 6 years. Was 𝐦𝐨𝐫𝐵𝐾 still the head librarian? Were any of the librarians she knew still there? What had changed in the world since she'd been absent from it? Was her family well? What had she missed? "Are you all right?" 𝐜𝐵𝐻 asked, his voice gentle for the first time. "Keep it together." Squeezing her hands into fists until she felt her fingernails digging into her palms, Turlu forced herself to smile. "Yes, of course." He studied her as if he didn't believe her. She changed the subject as dramatically as she could. What happened to the sorcerer who created all this? Turlu swept her arms open to encompass the entirety of the greenhouse complex, and Emerald squawked in objection. She scratched his cheek, and he leaned into her fingers and settled down again. His feathers tickled her neck. "He died," 𝐜𝐵𝐻 said. "I'm sorry for your loss." He shrugged in response. Kneeling by one of the cacti beds, he stuck his finger into the sand. He pulled it out and then poked another area. Belatedly realizing she was staring at him, he explained, checking moisture levels. "It's fine. All the plants in the dead greenhouses. It happened too fast, too widespread. It froze so quickly." She heard the pain in his voice. "I saved as many as I could. It wasn't enough. Not nearly enough." Turlu knew what that felt like, failure. She tried to think of something to ask or say, and all she could think of was to repeat, "I'm sorry for your loss." She hoped it came through in her voice, how much she truly meant it. This time he looked up at her. "Thank you." She was also sorry she didn't know how to help. She wished she were a sorcerer, or at least knew something about gardening beyond the basics. How many? Half more. Out of 365 greenhouses, 191 have failed. With some, when they failed, I was able to save the plants. But too many others, I need a sorcerer to recast the spells that keep the greenhouses whole and protected. I can't do that myself." Turlu could hear how much he wished he could, and she wanted to reach out to him and take his hands. She didn't know him well enough for that, though. She only knew his name, and she didn't know if it would help him to be touched. Some people needed it. Some people fell apart if you did. "If there's anything you were my hope," he said. She felt pierced through the heart. 𝐜𝐵𝐻 held up his hand. "It's not your fault." Pressing closer to her cheek, Emerald purred harder, as if he sensed she was upset. She took a deep breath. She knew it wasn't her fault. She hadn't caused the greenhouses to fail, nor did she ever claim to be a sorcerer. But still, "There's no regular boat that comes to Belda," 𝐜𝐵𝐻 said. "But if I put up a flag, there's a sailor who runs a regular supply ship that will stop by. I'll pay her fee, enough to transport you home or wherever you want to go." Turlu didn't know what to say to that. If someone had given her that offer on the day she'd been sentenced, she would have taken it. She would have happily gone anywhere to escape her fate, especially if she could have taken Kaz with her. But now that she was free 6 years, she thought. In a small voice, she said, "I don't have anywhere to go." Chapter 6. With the winged cat acting as her scarf, Turlu followed Yarrow through the greenhouses. He didn't speak as he led. Just a gruff, "Follow me," and then a few hums and grunts as he paused to examine plants and flowers along the way. He took a different route than she had before, choosing a left fork in the rose room instead of going straight, and Turlu craned her neck to see the new greenhouses. There was one devoted to miniature trees. Beneath the branches, she glimpsed tiny woodland creatures living beneath them. 3-inch tall deer, tiny rabbits, minuscule chipmunks. Another greenhouse was dedicated entirely to moss and filled with iridescent butterflies. A third was full of vegetables, tomatoes that had been coaxed to grow like trees, cucumbers and squashes that were suspended from a latticework near the ceiling, beds of carrots and lettuces in neat rows. It had the same kind of neatness and precision that she'd seen in Yarrow's cottage, and she was certain he'd designed and planted everything in here. She wanted to ask him about it, as well as the tiny woodland animals, but he was already in the next room. He waited for her by a door to the outside. It wasn't the same door as the one closest to his cottage, of course, but it looked similar and also had a row of coat hooks beside it. He handed her a red coat. He was wearing a beige one, and she couldn't help noticing again how handsome he was, in an utterly unaware of his own handsomeness way. It wasn't a classic nobleman kind of beauty, with everything as chiseled and combed and coiffed as a resplendent peacock. It was the kind of beauty of a perfectly symmetrical tree. Turlu imagined telling him he was as handsome as a tree with golden bark, black and gold leaves, and emerald green flowers, and decided she should never become a poet. She accepted the coat, and emerald flew from her shoulders as she pulled it on. She was pleased that it fit her better than the other coat, and she wondered if he'd chosen it for her, or if it was just chance. It must be chance. Why would he spend any time thinking about her coat size? Still, this wasn't a coat that would ever fit over his broad shoulders. She found herself studying his shoulders, blushed, and looked up toward Emerald instead, settling on one of the rafters. The winged cat began licking his hind leg. "You're staying here?" she asked the cat. "He comes and goes as he pleases," Yarrow said. Of course he did, feathery wings or not. He was a cat, but she still wished he'd come with her. She let him be, though, and followed Yarrow. Outside, the sun had crossed to touch the tips of the pine trees. Her breath instantly fogged in front of her, and the snow crunched under her feet. It smelled sweet, a mix of sea salt and pine, chilled. Yarrow led her between two pine trees onto what could have been a road, if it weren't buried in snow, and completely impassable to anyone not on foot or sled or skis. Wide and winding, it cut through the woods. Their footprints were the first to break the smooth white. Mine is the last cottage to the east, but there are more along the road to the west, toward the dock. He pointed as he spoke. "Choose whichever one you want," and it's yours, but you'll have to fix it up yourself. I can't spare the time from the plants, but you're welcome to whatever supplies you need." She looked between the trees toward the first cottage. From here, she could see its roof had caved in. "My sister Sari can fix anything. Once, the sink pump in my family's kitchen stopped working, and she took apart all the plumbing. By the time she was done, we not only had a functional sink, but she'd built a shower, complete with a contraption that you'd fill with embers from the fire that warmed the water before you cleaned yourself. Unfortunately, I don't have the same kind of skill." He shrugged. "Then pick a cottage that already has working plumbing." She also didn't know how to fix roofs, windows, or chimneys. But I don't. Tools are in the shed behind my cottage. Return them when you're done." Without waiting for her to reply, he tromped away through the snow, back toward the greenhouse. He kept leaving her speechless, and not in a good way. She ran through the conversation in her head, wondering if she'd said the wrong thing, or just said too many things. At least he didn't tell me I had to leave right now. She could stay until she, Turlu, didn't know how to finish that thought. Until she was ready. Until she had a plan for her life. Until she'd outstayed her welcome. Instead of dwelling on it, she turned her attention to the practical. Any cottage she wanted. Well, not the one with the caved-in roof. She could look for one that hadn't yet collapsed. She envisioned herself huddling in a fallen-down hut with a hibernating bear, then told herself to try to think more positively. One of the cottages could be perfectly fine. Hugging her coat around her, Turlu stomped through the snow along the road, toward the west. The sun filtered through the pine trees and spread over the snow, making it twinkle. Blue sky was overhead, so blue that it looked like a painting. The next cottage had a bulbous roof that overhung wide windows. Everything was round from the door to the windows to the chimney, which made it resemble a toadstool, especially with the red paint and white trim. It looked charming, but more importantly, it looked structurally intact. I could live here, couldn't I? By myself. Just me. Turlu shuddered, and then told herself firmly not to be ridiculous. Lots of people lived on their own and were fine. She waded through the snow to the front door. Hoping it was unlocked, she squeezed the handle and pushed. It swung open with a creak, and she poked her head inside, and the bright eyes of many, many formerly sleeping griffons blinked at her. Each was about the size of a large raccoon, with the head and wings of an eagle and the body of a mountain lion. From the state of the cottage and the pile of rodent bones scattered over the floor, it was clear that this flock was feral. She wondered if they were related to the griffon she'd seen in the cacti room. One of the griffons hissed. Turlu shut the door and backed away, quickly. Or not just me. Next cottage, then. She hurried down the snowy road. The next cottage was tucked between two pine trees with branches that shielded the roof from much of the snow. Between the clumps of snow, she could see pink coral tile peeking out. Short and squat, this cottage had been painted in sunrise colors, yellows and pinks and roses. The paint was chipped and peeling, but it still looked cheerful. One window was broken in the front, but it looked otherwise intact. All right, attempt number 2. She opened the lemon yellow door more slowly this time and peered inside. No family of griffons peered out, nor did she see any hibernating bears. Turlu dared to venture in. Sunlight spilled through the windows, so there were no dark corners, only layers of gray. By one corner was a bed, collapsed in the center where the netting had worn away. Another corner had a table that was coated in dust. She ran a sleeve over a corner to reveal painted flowers. The chimney was full of debris, leaves and twigs. It would have to be cleaned out before a fire could be attempted. And that was no small task. It looked very clogged. She wondered if the kitchen sink pump still worked. Crossing to it, she tried it. It was stiff, but she managed to lift it up. No water came out, though. The chimney she could fix, presumably. At least it was obvious how to fix it, just clean it out. But a water pump. As she told Yarrow, she didn't have her sister's skill with plumbing. Or anything, really, as her sister used to delight in pointing out. Still, I wish Sari were here now. She'd be able to fix up one of these cottages in an afternoon. By day 2, she'd have transformed it into a palace. Turlu, however, had no such skills. She wished she'd written home when things had gotten difficult at the library. But Turlu hadn't wanted her family to guess she was miserable. It wasn't as if they could have done anything anyway, and all it would have done was make everyone feel bad, and she'd feel like even more of a failure. Still, she wished she'd reached out. Things might have turned out differently if she had. Turlu tried the next cottage, which looked like a cake with frills carved out of wood instead of icing. But all its windows were cracked or outright broken, and snow was strewn across the floor. As she trudged to the next cottage, she wondered who they'd all belonged to. It was clear that each home had once been loved very much. In the next one, Turlu found a child's toys, a rocker carved like a bear, and a doll that was missing an eye. Another had a framed sketch of a couple, their arms around each another, both of them smiling at the artist. Why had the owners left? Where were they now? And why had Yarrow stayed behind? There was a peaceful kind of sadness to the row of abandoned cottages, but no answers. After the cottage with the artwork, she found one that seemed like it could be livable, with a more reasonable amount of work. A blue cottage, its walls painted a pale noonday blue and its door, and shutters a deep twilight blue. Cobwebs clung to the rafters, but she saw no inhabitants other than spiders. It had a hammock-like bed strung from the ceiling, though she wasn't sure she'd trust it. She didn't know how long it had been there, but she could pull in a proper cot from one of the other cottages. In fact, she could take her favorite pieces from each of them and assemble them here. It could be nice, lovely even. She imagined it clean and neat and full of flowers. She hoped Yarrow would let her pick blossoms to fill her cottage. My cottage. That had a nice sound to it, didn't it? Well, didn't it? I'm not a child anymore. I can handle living on my own. She'd had her own space in the library, and she'd been fine. She hated it, but she'd managed, sort of, for a while, until she'd been statuified. Okay, she hadn't been fine. You can make this work, Turlu told herself out loud. She could try to convince Emerald to stay with her, so she wouldn't have to bear the silence and solitude. His purr was capable of curing any kind of sadness. Crossing her arms, she tried to look at the cottage objectively. It wasn't as nice and cute and sweet as Yarrow's cottage, and the amount of work to make it as lovely. It was daunting enough that she wanted to pivot and race back to the comfort of his home. She'd have to clean the chimney and, well, everything. Plus, there were a few holes here and there that could do with patching so the wind wouldn't whip through on stormy days. She wondered if the roof leaked. She supposed she'd discover that the next time it rained. Craning her neck, she examined the ceiling. She didn't see much water damage on the roof above the rafters, though there were stains on the wall beneath the windows. Turlu tested the pump at the sink, and after a few hearty pumps, brown water spurted out. She kept pumping until it ran clean. That's a plus, she thought. Seeing the fresh, clean water, her heart felt lighter. She could see a little bit of a glimpse of a future here, if she worked at it. At least an immediate future, if not a long-term, life full of purpose kind of plan. She wasn't afraid of work, which was a good thing since there was a lot to do before the cottage would be livable. But what to do first? Heat, definitely. She had to clean the chimney. She wasn't quite certain what she'd need. A brush with a long handle and stiff bristles, and a broom to sweep all the soot out once she'd knocked it down. Perhaps a ladder so she could climb up onto the roof. Oh dear, she'd never climbed up onto a roof in her life. She wondered how slippery it would be with all the snow and ice. She wondered if Yarrow expected her to fix any broken bones herself with the tools from the shed behind his cottage. And what if she couldn't make it livable enough before nightfall? Would he let her return to his cottage? She wouldn't take his bed again, of course, but she could curl up like Emerald by the hearth. Surely, he'd lend her a blanket. At least by his fire, she wouldn't freeze to death. Making to-do lists in her head, Turlu left the blue cottage. For thoroughness, she continued down the road, though she thought the blue cottage was likely the best she was going to find. She also loved that it was blue, which she knew was superficial of her, but it made her think of the sky on a summer day on 𝐼𝐻 when the waves played at your feet and the dolphins swam just offshore. It felt like a good luck color. Maybe she could make a home here, at least for as long as she was allowed to stay, or for as long as she wanted to stay, whichever came first. Turlu followed the road to where it ended, on the western edge of what had Yarrow called this place, the island of Belda. Stopping, she wrapped her coat tighter and looked out at the sea. On Elysium, you rarely had an uninterrupted view of water. There were other islands and tons of ships, both sailing and cargo ships, going to and fro. On her home island of 𝐼𝐻, you'd see fisherfolk out in their canoes, sometimes a dolphin or two frolicking in the waves. But here, there was only the blue sea. There was no sandy beach, only rocks, and the waves crashed against them, white froth billowing up with each crash. In the distance, she saw the shadows of what could be other islands, smudges of a grayer blue, but they could also have been clouds. A dock led out into the water, but no boats were tied to it. Just a dock with an empty flagpole at the end, with a box beside it, secured to the deck. She thought of Yarrow's offer to summon a ship to take her away. I could do it right now. Walk out to the end of the dock, raise a flag, and summon a stranger to come and take her wherever she wanted to go. But where would that be? Home in disgrace. She couldn't do that to her family. It wasn't just that they'd be disappointed in her, or that she'd be embarrassed to admit she'd failed to thrive. Though that was all true, it was the fact that reaching out to them could endanger them. She was still a convicted criminal. Her parents, her sister, she wished she could tell them she was alive. But without knowing whether or not she'd been pardoned, how could she risk it? She still had no clear idea why she was here. Why had someone sent her here in response to Yarrow's request for a sorcerer? The plaque on her pedestal had been very clear she'd been a librarian. Sending her had to have been a mistake. And if so, the second that soon-to-be-in-trouble official discovered the truth, she'd be shipped back to the great library and reinstalled in the North Reading Room. No, she couldn't ask her family to harbor a convicted criminal. It was better if no one knew she was here, and it was smarter to stay until she knew who had made this mistake and why, and what she wanted to do about it. She'd never had any real vision for what she wanted to do with her life. Becoming a librarian had been a suggestion of one of her professors, and it fit her skills, but it had never been her passion. The way sailing was for her cousin Myrrh, or carving for her Aunt Siva, or fixing things for her sister Sari. She wanted, when she left her family and her home, to find some kind of life goal. That's what she'd be missing on 𝐼𝐻, a passion and a purpose. That's why she'd felt she had to leave. She knew she had no future there, and she was tired of being the one in the family who hadn't yet found her path. She just wasn't sure where she did have a future, or what her destiny was supposed to be. Staying here for a bit might be good for me. Turlu could think about what she wanted and what her life should be now that she had a second chance. Yes, that's what this is, a second chance. And maybe the solitude will be nice for figuring all of it out. It could even be essential, or she'd miss the sound of voices so much that she'd start talking to the trees. She turned back from the sea and noticed one more building that she hadn't explored. Set back from the shoreline, it was more of a squat tower than a cottage. Made of stone, it was 2 stories tall with a conical roof that was blanketed in snow. A lighthouse, except it didn't have a light on top. A grain silo. She trudged across the snow toward the tower. A key was dangling from a hook beside the door. She plucked it off and tried it in the lock. It opened easily, and she poked her head inside. Hello. She was getting a bit tired of saying that, especially given how infrequently her greeting was returned. But still, she wasn't going to barge into a previously locked whatever this was. What was this place? Sunlight filtered in through murky windows and lit dust that floated in the air. It sparkled like flecks of gold above the sturdy work table that stretched the length of the room. She walked inside. Every wall was filled with shelves that were overloaded by books, journals, and papers in haphazard stacks, to the dismay of her librarian heart. Gardening gloves and pots of various sizes were heaped in one corner. A desk piled precariously high with papers sat beside one of the filthy windows, facing the dock and the sea beyond. It was very much the opposite of Yarrow's warm and tidy cottage. It looked more like a laboratory or a workroom of some kind, not a living space. In one corner, she spotted a narrow set of stairs. Perhaps they led to the owner's living quarters. She doubted that anyone lived here now. It was draped in the kind of undisturbed dust that only can accumulate in the absence of anyone. A cold stove sat in one corner of the room. Cobwebs clung to it, and Turlu shivered. It was clear that this place hadn't been used in years. She touched one of the papers on the nearest shelf. It was stiff, but not brittle to the point of dissolving into dust. Definitely a workroom, she decided. All the notes, the random garden supplies that looked more like unfinished experiments, and the overflowing desk. Turlu examined the desk. In the center of all the papers was a pot with a dried-up ball of leaves. The leaves had curled in on themselves, as if hugging their core of desiccated soil. She picked up the pot. "Oh, you poor thing." Tucking it under her arm, Turlu prowled through the rest of the workroom, examining everything like a detective searching for clues. A pile of mostly burnt papers lay next to the stove. She knelt to look at them. Why would any scholar burn their own work? Studying the few words that were still legible, she realized she recognized them. This was written in the first language, the extinct tongue of sorcerers, the language of spells. Ah, it's a sorcerer's workroom. This could have been the workroom of the sorcerer who'd made the greenhouse. It seemed likely. She wondered if there was a clue in this tower as to who the sorcerer was and why they'd done all of this. Or I could be just jumping to conclusions, she said to the dead plant in the pot. She wished that Yarrow wouldn't keep wandering off so quickly. She still had 100 questions bubbling inside of her, and each minute she spent on this island seemed to generate more. What had happened to the sorcerer? Why was this place abandoned? Why had the people left, abandoning their homes? Why had Yarrow stayed? Why had no one else come to fix the greenhouses? And why was she the one who'd been sent when at last Yarrow's request had been answered? Clearing a space, Turlu set the pot on the work table and studied it. There had to be something special about this shriveled bit of plant to be the only one on the sorcerer's desk. His last experiment, his legacy. She wondered if she could determine what kind of plant it had been. Perhaps that would give her some insight into this place and its sorcerer. She reached into the pot and touched one of the brown, curled-up leaves. Crisp, it felt like an autumn leaf. It looked fern-like, with a brittle, lace-like quality to the leaves. But it was difficult to tell, as shriveled as it was. If she added some water Would that plump it up more? If so, it could make it easier to see the shape of it. "What are you?" she whispered to it. "Tell me your secrets." She went to the sink and pumped the pump a few times until water flooded out of the spout. Finding a glass, she rinsed it and then filled it with water. She supposed this was a silly idea. Even if the water did loosen up the leaves enough to examine the plant, the odds of her being able to identify it were low. She wasn't a plant expert. Still, though it could be another question she could ask the gardener the next time he popped up, he'd probably respond better to a plant question than an existential "Why am I here and what's the purpose of my life?" query. Turlu poured the water over the knob of plant matter. She waited a minute for the moisture to sink into the leaves, and then she poked it to see if it had softened enough to unfurl. The plant yawned, stretching out its leaves to reveal a deep purple bud. "Oh," Turlu said. The bud unfolded to reveal purple petals. It looked a bit like a rose. She studied it before reaching in to touch one of the petals, and then it spoke. "Just what do you think you're doing?" Turlu felt her jaw drop open as she, wordless, stared at the impossible rose. Chapter 7. As a librarian who had once brought a spider plant to life, Turlu knew she should be uniquely suited to react in a sensible way to a talking rose. Still, when the moment came, she was completely flustered. "You're alive." The rose said. "You're one of those." It waved its lace-like leaves and pitched its voice high. "Oh, a talking flower. How's it possible? She doesn't have a throat or lungs or lips. How can she be talking? If you're really asking, the talking is due to a complex spell that involves 17 ingredients and precise pronunciation of 5 lines of first language text," Turlu said. But what I should have said was, "How are you alive after who knows how long without water, soil, or sunlight?" The plant lowered its leaves sheepishly. Her leaves, Turlu amended. The rose had referred to herself as she. "Oh, sorry," the rose said. "I thought you meant, well, I can exist dormant for a number of years. I'm what's known as a resurrection rose. My name's Lottie. Nice to meet you, Lottie. I'm Turlu." She tried very hard not to gawk at the rose. She hadn't expected to find a sentient plant here so soon after what happened with her spider plant. As far as she knew, they were rare. Was this fate? Or did the universe have a twisted sense of humor? "You said who knows how long. How long was I asleep? Years. How many years?" It was a very good question, and one that Turlu sympathized with. 6 years echoed in her head. Judging by the state of the workroom and the layers of dust, it could have been far longer for Lottie. Turlu wished the gardener was willing to talk. She had even more questions now. "I don't know. I just got here myself. In fact, I'm not quite sure where here is." She wondered how much of her own story to tell the plant, and decided it wasn't a secret. "You see, I was recently resurrected myself. I don't know what that means since you're a human and not, well, me. But I don't care enough to ask," Lottie said. "Let's find 𝐒𝐿𝐾𝐵. I'm I'm sure he can clear all of this up. 𝐿𝐴𝐾𝐿, wait, was that the name of the gardener? No, he said his name was 𝐤𝐻𝐻. Did he know about Lottie? If so, why had he left her to shrivel in an abandoned workroom? You know 𝐿A𝐾𝐿, bushy beard, never combs his hair, very powerful sorcerer who created the wondrous Enchanted Greenhouse of Belda. Not the gardener then, and he didn't sound like anyone Turlu knew, and certainly no one she'd seen here. But if the rose was talking about the sorcerer who had created all of this, the one who 𝐤𝐻𝐻 had said died, you don't know they're one and the same, she told herself. She couldn't say he died when she wasn't certain they were talking about the same person. Lottie began to vibrate, and then, using her leaves as if they were legs, jumped several inches straight up to the rim of the pot before plopping back down. Oof, one more try. She crouched, squishing her petals tight together, and then she leaped up with petals and leaves extended. On her second try, she nearly cleared the top of the pot. Do you want help? Turlu offered. No, I got this. Third try, Lottie wound her leaves in a circle as if she were trying to build momentum. She only reached halfway up. Fourth attempt, she tried to climb, using her leaves like arms. Really, I could just lift you. Nope, Lottie puffed. If you could not watch, please. Turlu turned aside politely and tried not to worry. She was glad that the water had helped Lottie. No one should be forced into that kind of not life. Still, though, I wish I hadn't been the one to wake her, given that she'd been convicted for bringing a plant to life. Any judge who saw Lottie would be very, very suspicious. This time, Turlu hadn't cast a single spell, but would anyone really believe her? It felt like a terribly suspicious coincidence. To the outside, it would look like she'd been revived merely to make the same mistake again. She'd be popped right back into the North Reading Room if anyone knew. It was an accident. Didn't sound plausible when it was a crime she'd already committed. Even I would judge me guilty if the first punishment was eternity as a statue. She couldn't even imagine what the fate for repeat offenders would be. The thought of being transformed again, of losing this precious second chance before it had even begun. I can't let anyone find out. Luckily, there was no one here too. The door banged open, and 𝐤𝐻𝐻 filled the doorframe. In an exasperated voice, he said, "Are you always where you're not supposed to be?" Turlu yelped and panicked. Her mind started whirring like a pinwheel in a windstorm. I can't go back. I can't go back. I can't. I can't. She started feeling the squeeze in her throat that she'd felt when the spell was cast on her. And she remembered how her limbs had stiffened, how her eyes and her mouth had dried, how her heart had slowed while her mind panicked. She heard a plop and a tiny cheer as the rose successfully jumped out onto the table. Quickly, Turlu scooped the rose back into her pot. "Shush, please, I'll be back. Promise," she whispered. And then she spun around to face 𝐤𝐻𝐻, who stood in the doorway. Words tumbled out of her mouth, high-pitched and silly-sounding. "Yes, of course, you're right. So sorry, I shouldn't be here. Silly me." She hurried across the workroom, grabbed 𝐤𝐻𝐻's arm, and propelled him out of the sorcerer's tower, back into the sunlight. "I can't lose this. I can't. What could she say to distract him? I could kiss him. That would certainly distract him. But no, that was absurd. She barely knew him. Just because his golden lips looked kissable, no. What else? What was it she was supposed to be doing? Looking at cottages. Of course, this wasn't one of the cottages. I don't know what I was thinking. Clearly not for me. I did find one cottage that I think would do nicely. Good. He stared at her hand on his arm. She stared at her hand too. It occurred to her that, until Yarrow, it had been 6 years since she'd touched anyone. Beneath his coat, his arm felt solid, muscly. He probably spent a lot of time shoveling or hauling soil. She wasn't certain what gardeners did. Had she really had the idea to kiss him? What in all the islands was she thinking? It's been even longer since I've kissed anyone. A moment passed. Neither of them spoke. Turlu removed her hand. "I'll show you," backing away. She hoped he couldn't tell that her voice was shaky. She charged toward the road. Behind her, he didn't move. She thought for an instant that she'd messed it all up. He was going to go back into the workroom and see the sentient plant. And then she absolutely would look guilty after rushing out of there without explaining. He'll never believe any explanation now. She shouldn't have tried to hide the rose. And what was Lottie going to think of her? Turlu had essentially done what Yarrow had done to her, rushing off without any explanation. I've mishandled all of this, but she didn't know how to fix it. Not immediately, at any rate. As soon as Yarrow left her, which, based on their prior interactions, should be in less than 3 minutes, she could scurry back to Lottie and apologize profusely and explain. She tell the little rose everything, what she'd done and what had been done to her. Maybe the rose would understand. Not many had understood. At the trial, she'd seen it in their eyes. Disapproval, disappointment, pity. Especially pity from the other librarians. She wondered if anyone had told her family about her fate and what they had thought. She'd written to them every week up until her arrest. Sometimes only a few lines, a description of a citrus tea that reminded her of home, a note about a shop with tools that Sari might like, a request for a recipe, an anecdote about a street performer who danced with silk scarves. She wondered what they'd thought of her silence after that. Had anyone told them about her fate? She half hoped they hadn't, and that they'd thought their daughter died of natural causes, an illness or an accident, rather than that she'd caused her own downfall. Yarrow didn't re-enter the sorcerer's tower. Instead, he merely locked it with the key and replaced it on the hook, which did make her wonder why he locked it at all. Perhaps the door didn't latch firmly enough without the lock. Or it's to discourage people like me from letting themselves inside. He trotted down the path toward her, away from the resurrection rose, and she felt like she could breathe again. She flashed him a smile that she didn't feel and began to chatter about the various cottages. Which ones she liked, which one had a flock of feral griffons, and what work she'd need to do to make one livable. "I have a chimney brush," he said, "and a ladder." "Great," she hurried toward the little blue cottage. "This is the one. What do you think?" She looked back at him in time to see his face fall. He recovered quickly, reverting to his unreadable stoic face that he wore so often. "You do like it." "It's fine," he said. "It's perfect. I can choose another one. It's yours." He turned and began to stomp off, and she was going to let him this time. She had to return to Lottie, as well as work on the cottage. Turlu glanced up at the sky. The sun had dipped behind the tips of the pine trees, and the snow was layered with shadows. She was never going to get the chimney cleaned out, and the hearth prepared for a fire before it was fully dark. She should ask 𝐤𝐻𝐻 for a lantern. "𝐤𝐻𝐻, aren't you coming?" "I what? Where?" He wasn't just walking away again. "You can't stay there tonight," 𝐤𝐻𝐻 said over his shoulder. "It'll take a few days of work before the place is livable. Maybe weeks, if there are any leaks in the roof, unless you're good with roofs." She'd never fixed a roof in her life. Catching up to him, she said, "I can try." He grunted. Turlu realized after a few minutes of walking in silence that they were headed back to his cottage. She ran through the questions in her head and settled on the most recent. Whose cottage was that? The blue one. "My sister," 𝐤𝐻𝐻 said. "Oh, is she? Gone? I'm sorry." He shook his head. "She's not. I mean, she left with the others. She used to send letters. She's fine." Reaching his own cottage, he opened the door and held it for Turlu as she went inside. She halted just inside the doorway and gawked. It was immediately obvious what was different. He'd moved in a second bed, wedged it in between the first bed and his desk, and piled it high with blankets and pillows. Curled in the center of the new bed was the winged cat, his emerald green wings tucked around him. He opened one eye as they entered, and then tucked his head closer, his nose under his paw. Behind her, 𝐤𝐻𝐻 closed the door and was hanging his coat on the hook. "I know it isn't luxurious, but the bedding is clean." Or it was, before Emerald shed fur and feathers all over it. He sounded embarrassed, but she was amazed. Despite brushing her off before, he'd taken the time to haul in a new bed and made it so inviting that Emerald had already settled in. She thought 𝐤𝐻𝐻 only wanted her off this island and out of his gloriously streaked with gold hair, or at least as far from him as possible. But this was kindness. She swallowed hard. It had been a while since someone was kind to her, she realized, even before the whole statue debacle. She tried so hard for so long to be friendly, to make friends, to be useful, to please. And she'd been told so often, "Stop trying so hard. You try too hard. Just relax. Be yourself." It was advice that she could never seem to take. Most recently, or recently 6 years ago, there'd been a librarian, a woman about her age on the 3rd floor, who had agreed to meet her for tea once. Aria. She had white and purple hair and a fondness for ginger cookies. But Turlu had pushed too hard to be friends, and had ended up pushing her away. "You're a lot," Alia had told her, after she'd asked to meet up for the third time in the same week, and baked her a tray of ginger cookies with orange zest. "It's nothing personal," Alia had said, "but at this point in my life, I don't have the time and energy for a lot." It had felt quite personal. Shortly after, Turlu had stumbled across the spell to create an alive and aware plant. Anyway, this was nice. "Thank you." He shrugged and looked away. "If you aren't comfortable, I can also stay in the greenhouse. I've done that before. It wouldn't be a problem." "Oh no, I'd never kick you out of your cottage. I know I'm a stranger." Cheerfully, she said. "A stranger is just a friend you haven't yet met." And then she winced. Had those words actually come out of her mouth? That was the kind of saying you said to 4-year-olds, not to grown men who you'd be sleeping next to. Wait, sleeping next to? With this configuration, she really would be sleeping inches away from him. She felt heat rising into her cheeks. In winter, when I was a kid, all the children in my home village used to sleep in a big pile in the same room around the stove. I thought it was so we could be together. But in retrospect, I think it was so the adults only had to feed a few fires instead of heating lots of separate houses. Those nights are some of my best memories. It was a non-committal noise, but better than silence. Encouraged, Turlu asked, "You mentioned you have a sister." He could try thinking of her like a sister, unless he didn't like her. Did he have fond memories of her? He crossed to the kitchen. "Do you like zucchini?" "What?" "Zucchini." He glanced over his shoulder at her hopefully. "Also called courgette or baby marrow. It's a kind of summer squash that's edible if you harvest them when the seeds are immature. I like them roasted with black pepper." She'd never had zucchini before. She'd also never encountered such an abrupt subject change. But if he didn't want to talk about his sister, that was fine. She wasn't going to push. "Sounds delicious. Can you grow vegetables year-round here?" He brightened at the question. "There are 4 greenhouses devoted to edible plants, and they're each kept in a different season, so that there is always one ready to harvest." He talked as he sliced zucchini, which looked like matte green cucumbers to her. "There's also one greenhouse devoted exclusively to tomatoes, which are technically classified as fruit, despite their treatment in recipes. A whole greenhouse of only tomatoes." It wasn't what she wanted to talk about, but she was happy that he was talking. He grew twice as animated when he was talking about his garden, his normally deep and gruff voice growing more excited. It was, frankly, adorable. Yes, they're sorted by shape: globe, beefsteak, cherry, grape, plum, and oxheart, as well as whether they're bush tomatoes or vining. We have every variety in the Crescent Islands Empire, which is 3,706. One of my cousins used to be able to identify the exact type of tomato by taste alone. He had the most soothing voice she'd ever heard. Combined with the soft crackle of the fire and the warmth seeping into her, she felt all the muscles that had knotted up begin to unwind. She had to remind herself there was still a plethora of questions she needed him to answer. Otherwise, Turlu could have listened to him talk about tomatoes for hours. Did that cousin live in one of the cottages too? The round, toadstool-like one with his parents. He fell silent. He continued to slice zucchini, then laid out the medallions in a dish with a dollop of oil. Over on the bed, Emerald stretched, pushing at the pillows with his paws and arching his back. Turlu waited to see if Yarrow would say more. He didn't. She pushed a little more. When did they leave, your family? I was a kid when the sorcerer dismissed my cousin's family, Yarrow said. Okay, so a while ago. And where did they go after they left? I heard they settled in Elysium eventually. And Aunt Rin opened a florist shop that caters to nobles. My aunt wrote to my father a few times. He didn't look at her while he spoke. He focused only on the food, slicing tomatoes to lay on top of the zucchini. A florist shop sounds lovely. He grunted and glanced at her. His eyes, she noticed, were as green as the zucchini, and he'd shaved, which made his cheeks look soft. His black and gold hair was tied back with a gold ribbon, and it occurred to her to wonder if he'd made an effort for her. No, she thought, he's just a neat and orderly person. What about the others? She asked. From the other cottages. He returned to his tomatoes before he answered. A season later, Lakin dismissed Uncle Rorik, Finnell, and Persic, and they joined Aunt Rin's family in Elysium. Lakin, that was the name of the sorcerer who the rose was looking for. I shouldn't have left her. Why did he do it? Turlu asked. The sorcerer, I mean. Why did he send your family away? She kept her voice soft and gentle, so as not to startle him back into silence again. It felt like trying to lure a feral cat to her hand. She was grateful for every tidbit of himself he shared with her. He slid the dish of zucchini into the brick oven. Said we didn't need so many gardeners running around the place. By the time he died, it was just my father and me. She hadn't seen his father or any hint he was still here. Had he died too? How did she ask that? How long ago? Your father. He left too. Returning to the kitchen counter, he began to make a salad, chopping a fresh head of lettuce and dumping the leaves into a bowl. At least his father hadn't died. She breathed easier. Still, though, he left you. When? Why? She knew she was being too nosy. Any second now, he was going to clam up and quit answering. But she wanted to know more about him, her rescuer. He was sick. Yarrow shrugged. He added a handful of red berries to the salad, followed by a handful of shelled sunflower seeds. No doctors here. That must have been incredibly hard, both for Yarrow and his father. She tried to imagine what it was like to send your sick father away, not knowing if he'd recover, and to stay behind on an abandoned island, not knowing if you'd survive. How long had Yarrow been alone? When was that? He was quiet for a moment, and she wasn't sure he was going to answer. While the silence stretched, he mixed herbs with oil before pouring the freshly made dressing onto the salad. About 2 years ago, that was too long to live alone, even with the company of a winged cat. Her heart went out to him, and she wished she dared reach out and hug him. None of them came back to check on you, or just to visit. He shrugged and set the salad on the table. He did it all with such smoothness that, until it was on the table in front of her, she didn't realize it was the fanciest and freshest salad she'd ever been served. But you can't care for this many greenhouses on your own. She didn't have to know about gardening to know it was too much work for one person, especially if the magic that kept the greenhouses intact was failing. Have you told them? Can we? He ducked his head so he wouldn't meet her eyes. Not talk. Turlu felt her face flush. She shouldn't have pushed. It wasn't any of her business, and she barely knew him. She began to apologize. A thwack sounded against the door. The cat's ears twitched forward, but otherwise he didn't move. What was that? Turlu asked. He shrugged. He does that a lot, she thought. Shrugs and grunts seemed to be his favorite form of communication. It was a minor miracle she'd gotten so many words out of him. Not a miracle, a mistake. She should have waited until he was ready to open up to her. Her curiosity wasn't more important than his comfort. She needed to be more patient and not. Another thwack. Snow falling off the roof, 𝐬𝐻𝐻 said. From outside, a voice screeched, "Let me in." Who was 𝐿? I can explain. Turlu began as 𝐬𝐻𝐻 opened the door. On the step in the snow, the resurrection rose shivered. Finally. Chapter 8. The rose hopped inside the cottage, using her leaves to propel her forward. Once she was on the mat, she shook like a dog, spattering bits of snow that melted into tiny puddles. 𝐬𝐻𝐻 said, staring at her. You left me. Lottie had a very piercing voice for a plant, no larger than a fist. Turlu wished she could sink into the floor. I'm sorry, I panicked. I was going to come back. Every word felt pathetic in her ears. She hung her head. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw the winged cat was eyeing the little rose with interest. His tail flicked back and forth. Stepping in front of the cat to block his view, she murmured, "Emerald, don't you dare." 𝐬𝐻𝐻's mouth opened and closed and opened again. How did 𝐜𝐻? The little plant drew herself up taller, all 3 inches of her. She opened her purple petals wide. I'm Lottie, the resurrection rose, and I demand to see 𝐒𝐿, master sorcerer, and the creator of the glorious and magnificent greenhouse of Belda. The cat spread his wings and began to shift back and forth on his hind paws. 𝐬𝐻𝐻 shook his head and tried again. What did you mean she left you? Where did you come from? How did you? Turlu jumped in quickly. I didn't create her. I know you aren't going to believe me, but all I did was, before she could finish explaining to either Lottie or 𝐬𝐻𝐻, Emerald launched himself out of the bed, wings spread. Turlu tried to grab him, but he soared over her head, and her fingers merely brushed the tips of his feathers. On the floor, Lottie shrieked. Spinning around, Turlu dove for her, hopping to reach her before. Miscalculating, 𝐜𝐿 bumped into the side of the table. The pitcher of lilacs fell over, and water spilled across the table and onto the floor. Landing in the water, the cat skidded, his paws splaying out. He flapped his wings frantically, crashing into the desk and knocking the stack of papers over, while Lottie tried to scramble away from all of it. After catching her balance, 𝐜𝐿 scooped Lottie into her hands. The little plant was sopping wet and also prickly. And not happy. You wake me, abandon me, and then let me be attacked by a monster. What kind of person are you? Lottie was so furious that she was vibrating. She also seemed to be expanding. Her leaves were plumper than they had been. The extra water was good for her, 𝐜𝐿 noted. He's not a monster, 𝐜𝐿 said. He's a cat. Yarrow was staring at her. The resurrection rose, the winged cat, who was licking his feathers on the hearth. The puddle on the table and floor, and the mess of papers on his desk. 𝐜𝐿 felt panic rising up in her throat. She shouldn't have left Lottie. She should have tried to explain to Yarrow right away. Maybe he would have believed her if she had just taken a risk and trusted him. I can explain. I demand to be taken to 𝐒𝐿 right now, Lottie said. You obviously don't know how to care for a plant. She squirmed out of 𝐜𝐿's hands and landed on the table. Flinching, 𝐜𝐿 felt as if she'd been slapped. She thought of Kaz, her spider plant. She hadn't been able to protect him either. He'd been taken from her as soon as what she'd done had been discovered. She'd seen him once at the trial, when he'd been presented as evidence, but she hadn't even been allowed to speak with him, not even to say goodbye. I would have liked to have said goodbye. She begged the head librarian to make sure he was okay, and that he had people who would make sure he wasn't lonely, and that he had the right kind of soil, and that he watered himself often enough, but not too often. 𝐦𝐨𝐫𝐿 had promised she would, but had she? Was Kaz safe? Was he happy? Did he miss her? I miss him. You're right, 𝐜𝐿 said quietly. Ignoring the puddle, Yarrow knelt by the table, eye level with Lottie. You're by the sea, he swore. You're one of Sorcerer 𝐒𝐿's creations. I thought that all of them. He cut himself off. Is there anything you need? Fresh soil, more nutrients. Using a kitchen towel, 𝐜𝐿 started to mop up the puddle around the pitcher. She then intercepted Emerald as he began to stalk toward the table. Scooping him in her arms, she cradled him and petted his cheek. Liking that, he folded his wings and purred. I'm quite well as is, Lottie said, sounding mollified. I'm not a high-maintenance plant. I can take care of myself now that I'm awake, if I have access to water, and if I'm not torn apart by a vicious feline. Lifting his eyes, Yarrow looked at 𝐜𝐿. I knew you had to be a sorcerer. There was so much hope in his face that she wanted to say she was, just so he wouldn't stop looking at her as if she were the first star in the sky. But it wasn't the kind of thing you lied about. It was one thing to tell a library patron that their hair looked nice when it didn't. It was quite another to claim you were a different kind of person entirely. I'm not, 𝐜𝐿 said, And I didn't break any laws. I didn't cast any spells. All I did was give her some water. She came to life on her own. She must have just been dormant. His face fell, and she felt as if she'd disappointed a puppy. Emerald squirmed in her arms. "Can you please control your monster?" Lottie asked. Yarrow opened one of his kitchen drawers and took out a roll of red ribbon. Unrolling it, he dangled it in the air. Eyeing it, Emerald launched himself out of Turlou's arms at the ribbon. Yarrow released it, and the cat flew up into the rafters with his prize. "Clever," Turlou said. Lottie slapped one of her leaves against the table. "Can we get back to talking about me? What were you about to say about 𝐼𝐶𝐿𝐴𝐾𝐿's creations? You thought all of them were what? You need to finish that sentence." "No, never mind. Just take me to 𝐼𝐶𝐿𝐴𝐾𝐿. He'll explain it all." Turlou met Yarrow's eyes. "He said that name earlier. 𝐼𝐶𝐿𝐴𝐾𝐿 was the sorcerer who'd made these greenhouses, the one who had dismissed Yarrow's family, the one who died and left his creation to decay and fail. I can't, he is." Yarrow ran his hand through his hair. "He's not going to find the words." She gave him a moment more, but he continued to look as if he wanted to disappear out the door and vanish into the snow. Gently, Turlou said to Lottie, "He passed away." "He when, how?" she squeaked. "No, it can't be true." "Of course it's true. His workroom, it's full of dust and cobwebs. I should have known as soon as I saw it." "Oh, my 𝐼𝐶𝐿𝐴𝐾𝐿." The rose's petals tightened, closing her into a bud again. Yarrow glanced at Turlou, as if he expected her to know what to say. Tentatively, Turlou asked, "Do you want to talk about it?" Lottie widened her blossom and shouted, "No, I do not want to talk about it. I want to meet the sorcerer in charge, whoever inherited the greenhouse from 𝐼𝐶𝐿𝐴𝐾𝐿. Take me to them." Clearing his throat, Yarrow said, "There hasn't been a sorcerer since 𝐼𝐶𝐿𝐴𝐾𝐿. He never took an apprentice or a partner or named a successor. He wouldn't allow anyone new on the island. He didn't trust anyone else not to destroy what he'd built." Lottie's petals drooped. "He got worse then." Turlou sat on a chair beside her. "What do you mean?" She sighed heavily, her leaves shaking. "I wish I'd been there at the end. He might have listened to me." "Oh, you should have seen him when he was young. He was like sunshine just to be near. He built this place as a gift to the world." "I didn't know him when he was young," Yarrow said. "He was already over 100 when I was born. In the time I knew him, he didn't listen to anyone. He only wanted to protect us," Lottie said. "All of us and all of this." Turlou knew some sorcerers were long-lived, but even if 𝐼𝐶𝐿𝐴𝐾𝐿 had expected to never die, it was still unforgivable that he'd left Yarrow here with a massive, sprawling greenhouse to care for all by himself. He could have trained an apprentice or left arrangements for another sorcerer to care for the island's enchantments, or even simply hired more gardeners. It was too vast for one person, with or without magic, and no one should be asked to shoulder such an enormous burden on their own. It was far too much responsibility. Endless work with no reprieve. "I must have been asleep for a long time," Lottie said softly, sadly. "I don't know you, either of you, which means he must have let me stay dormant a very long time. 𝐤𝐸𝐻 nodded. I just arrived, Turlu volunteered. You wouldn't have known me. Lottie wiggled her roots around to face her blossom toward Turlu. And your first act was to wake and abandon me. Don't think I have forgiven you for that, because I haven't. How did she explain she'd been afraid? That wasn't an excuse. She'd been cruel to leave Lottie like that, especially since she knew better. She knew how she'd felt waking alone and confused and cold in the forest. I'm sorry. The words felt insufficient. Humph, Lottie said. 𝐤𝐸𝐻 pulled on his coat. There's something I should show you. Me, Turlu asked. She was surprised he still wanted to talk with her. He had to think the worst of her now. She was fully aware of how badly she'd messed up. Her, 𝐤𝐸𝐻 said, with a nod toward the resurrection rose. She felt herself blush. Of course he didn't mean me. She thought of all the times when she'd waved at someone waving at her, only to realize they were waving at a person behind her. This felt the same, except magnified. He never wanted me here. She was a mistake. Belatedly, he added, You can come too, if Lottie is all right with that. The rose lifted her petals into the air. You may come if you carry me. Gently, feeling as small as a worm, Turlu scooped up the little plant and tucked her within her coat. She followed 𝐤𝐸𝐻 out the door, back into the snow. It was closer to sunset now, with the low light causing the trees' shadows to stretch out long on the white snow. He led them into the greenhouse. Lottie let out a little gasp. It's grown so much. Oh, 𝐿𝐴𝐾𝐿, I wish you were here. Her voice hitched in a sob. 𝐤𝐸𝐻 didn't speak as he led them through the path. That seemed to be the way he was, not someone who was used to much chit-chat. She wondered if that meant he was the kind of person who liked silence, or who just liked other people to fill the silence. Either way, she got the distinct sense that he didn't like her very much. Lottie was not overly fond of her either. I've messed everything up. How could she fix this? There was always a solution, unless one got oneself stuck as a statue. But even that wasn't finite, as it turned out. I'll find a way to make it up to them. Somehow, Turlu was still trying to figure out what to do or say, when 𝐤𝐸𝐻 led them through a side door to yet another greenhouse that she hadn't seen before. She wondered if there was a map to all the rooms somewhere, or maybe she could make one. This greenhouse was smaller, with only a few plants. Just a handful of pots were on the shelves. A few were flowers, such as an orchid and a daisy. One was a small bush with clumps of thin leaves. Another was an ivy that swept from the top shelf to the floor. Oh, Lottie said. What? Turlu asked. I know this room. Yes, I know these shelves, these pots, this air. She then screeched at the top of her lungs, if she'd had lungs. Wake up. There was silence. Only the hum of the stove in the center of the greenhouse, and the sound of gravel under 𝐤𝐸𝐻's feet as he walked down the row, surveying the pots. Like the other rooms, it smelled of fresh dirt and clean air. but with so few plants, it only smelled very faintly of green growth and flowers. It reminded Turlu a bit of a near-empty hospital. Clean, silent, waiting. "Water them," Lottie commanded. "I have watered them," 𝐬𝐻𝐻 said. "It doesn't make a difference. Try again." Crossing the greenhouse to a pump, he filled a watering can and returned to the pots. He added water to each of them, checking the soil to make sure the water was the appropriate level of moisture for the type of plant. Some he only gave a few drops, others he filled until their pots dripped. When he finished, he set the can down and stood beside Turlu and Lottie. "Why aren't they already awake?" Lottie asked. They're not dead. I can see they are." Her voice was shaking more and more with each word. She jumped out of Turlu's hands and landed beside one of the pots. "Come on, please wake up. Don't leave me alone. 𝐿𝐴𝐾𝐻 is gone. I can't lose you too." Turlu looked around the room as she slowly realized what these plants had in common. Or more accurately, what Lottie and 𝐬𝐻𝐻 both thought they did. They were supposed to be like Lottie, like Kaz, but for some reason they were. A thought hit her like a thunderclap. "It's not a coincidence that I'm here." 𝐬𝐻𝐻 was talking. "I must have been around 8 or 9 when they went silent. It was the first indication we got that there could be something wrong with the magic, though it was years before any of the greenhouses themselves failed. That only began after 𝐿𝐴𝐾𝐻's death." "You have to wake up," Lottie pleaded. As Lottie continued to beg the plants to talk to her, Turlu turned the words over in her head. "It's not a coincidence. I'm meant to be here. They felt right. True. 𝐬𝐻𝐻 had appealed to the capital for a sorcerer to help his plants, which included a greenhouse of enchanted plants who were supposed to be awake and aware, but weren't. And in response, they'd sent Turluperna. While Lottie pleaded with the silent plants, Turlu asked 𝐬𝐻𝐻, "Who sent me here?" His eyes were glued to the little rose. "Please," Turlu begged, "I need to know." Glancing at her, he withdrew a letter from the inner pocket of his jacket and handed it to her. My request was passed around a while before it was answered. A long while. He then shifted his focus back to Lottie, who was pleading with a silent philodendron. Turlu opened the envelope and unfolded the letter. It was on very familiar stationery, emblazoned with the seal of the great library of Elysium. She felt the silken softness of the paper, and she smelled the rich, dusty scent of the stacks held within the fibers. There was a humming in her head, and she made herself sit down cross-legged on the gravel path while she read the words. It was written in an elegant hand and very brief, addressed to the head gardener of Belda, 𝐬𝐻𝐻. It said that the writer hoped to provide a solution to multiple problems at once, and it directed 𝐬𝐻𝐻 in how to perform the spell that would release Turlu, with the spell written out phonetically and a clear list of ingredients. It said nothing of who Turlu was, or why she was a statue, or why she was sent here, nor did it mention any pardon or any official end of her sentence. But there was a signature at the bottom, in clear, swooping letters, 𝐦𝐨𝐫𝐵𝐾, the head librarian of the Great Library of Elysium. She'd sworn in court that Turlu wouldn't work magic again, staked her reputation on it. Yet, she'd sent Turlu here with a spell to be cast illegally. Why? A solution to multiple problems she'd written. Turlu's heart beat faster as she turned those words over in her head. In front of her, Lottie was screaming at the philodendron to wake and crying for 𝐿𝐾𝐻 to come back, to not be dead, to not leave them like this. Yarrow was trying and failing to console her. He had a panicked look on his face, as if he were seconds from fleeing. "I know why I was sent here. I'm supposed to wake them," Turlu said out loud. Chapter 9. It was the only explanation that made sense. Yarrow stared at her. "What do you mean?" Using her leaves, Lottie shook a pot as she shouted, "Wake up, wake up, wake up." Turlu wrapped her arms around herself, but it didn't make her feel any safer or less exposed. She didn't know how 𝐸𝐵𝐾 had gotten her statue out of the Great Library and all the way to the island of Belda, but she very much doubted it was with anyone's permission. If she were here, Turlu would have asked her how she'd done it. You didn't just remove a full-size human statue from the library without anyone noticing, especially from as prominent and well-guarded a site as the North Reading Room. She couldn't imagine how the head librarian had managed it. She hoped 𝐸𝐵𝐾 hadn't endangered herself in the process. But regardless of how, it seemed clear to her that regardless of how, these plants were why. It was far too much of a coincidence otherwise. She was guilty of plant magic. Suddenly, here she was in an enchanted greenhouse that needed magical help. 𝐸𝐵𝐾 thinks I can help, Turlu said. "Can you?" Yarrow asked. Her throat felt closed. Unable to form the words, she shook her head. She couldn't use magic again. "I don't want to go back." If Yarrow knew what she'd done, if he knew she was a convicted criminal, he was looking at her, his green eyes wide, unreadable. He wouldn't do anything, she realized with a start, because they'd arrest him too. He wasn't a sorcerer, yet he'd cast a spell to restore her. If he turned her in, he'd have to admit where she came from, and what he'd done, he'd be in as much danger as her. He wasn't going to turn her in. I can trust him. She trusted the head librarian, and 𝐸𝐵𝐾 had sent her to him. "Then why did you say?" Yarrow began. "Because I did it before, or I did something closely related. I cast a spell." Turlu had to look away, afraid of what she'd see in his eyes. Disapproval, disappointment, pity. "I hadn't planned to. I discovered the spell while I was cataloging journals from the collection of a late sorcerer. It was only when she stumbled on one of the rare ingredients in a shop that sold gently used accessories. She started to daydream about it. It was like a game at first, seeing if I could find the ingredients. No, not a game. An intellectual exercise. I told myself that perhaps I'd write a paper about the difficulty in casting a complex spell. Not that anyone would publish it. I'm not a sorcerer or a professor. But it was a fascinating challenge The spell itself is linguistically convoluted, with unfamiliar words that you do not want to mispronounce. She'd heard plenty of cautionary tales of sorcery gone wrong. They were presented as proof of why the stricter laws against spellcasting were necessary. Once, a sorcerer was trying to start a fire, and instead he set himself aflame. Another time, a young sorcerer tried to summon a water horse to carry her across the waves, but instead she drew a herd and destroyed her village. And another time, a young girl had experimented with a spell and lost 10 years before she was discovered. She transformed herself into a rock. Moss had grown on her by the time her family finally found her. But I became more convinced that I could do it. I researched the history of the words in the spell, studying their etymology until I was certain of each one. Over the course of multiple months, I located every ingredient. Lottie had stopped shaking the pots and was now listening to Turlu. She hopped closer to Yarrow, who hadn't said a word. Turlu felt the weight of their silence, thick and heavy as a blanket of snow. She hugged her arms over her chest, the letter from 𝐒𝐻𝐈𝐌 clutched tight. This wasn't a story she'd wanted to tell to an audience. She'd done it once already, and she was never going to forget the condemnation in the judge's eyes or the vicious victory in the imperial investigators. But she'd started, and now she had to finish. His name was Kaz, and he was a spider plant. He was kind, he was smart, and he was funny, and they took him from me as soon as they found him. She risked a glance at Yarrow. He was holding himself very still, watching her as if she were a bird that might startle and fly away. She couldn't read what he was thinking, but she didn't see disapproval or pity. If anything, she would name the look in his eyes hope. They wanted to make an example of me, Turlu said, and so they sentenced me to be transformed into a statue. There was to be no reprieve. In the spaces between words, she could still hear the drums that sounded after her sentence had been announced. She imagined she'd be hearing those drums echoing inside her for the rest of her life. But I was sent the spell to revive you, Yarrow said. Luckily for me, not everyone agreed with my sentence. Holding up the letter, she showed him the seal and the signature. Lottie hopped closer to see too. It's signed by the head librarian at the Great Library of Elysium, the woman who defended me at my trial. I don't know how, but somehow she got your letter and thought I hope to provide a solution to multiple problems at once, Yarrow read. Lottie gave a high-pitched shriek. You know the spell to wake them. Turlu shook her head. I don't. She'd cast a spell to create a sentient plant, not wake one. And even if I did, I can't cast it. I can't face that again. You don't know what it was like. The silence, the helplessness, the loneliness. Please don't ask me to, except that she had already been asked, indirectly at least, by the one woman who had shown her kindness during the nightmare of her trial, the woman who had saved her. We wouldn't ask you to do something you don't want to do, Yarrow said. You wouldn't, Lottie said in a growl. I would. The mere act of telling them what she'd done and what she could do was almost akin to volunteering. Yet still, she felt as if she had a lump the size of a fist in her throat. It was hard to swallow, hard to breathe. The drums in her head were as loud as they'd ever been. You could cast it, the rose said, but you won't. Coward, these plants are innocent. Turlu flinched. It wasn't that she didn't want to help, but if I'm caught, she closed her eyes. It was far too easy to remember how it felt, without a breath, without a heartbeat, without a voice. A solution to multiple problems at once. The words echoed in her head. You won't be caught, 𝐼𝐻𝐻 said. You don't know that. Turlu opened her eyes again. He had moved, stopping inches in front of her. She had to tilt her head up to look at his face, his eyes earnest, his lips soft. She read sympathy, understanding, maybe resolve, but not pity. He has a kind face, she thought. I do, 𝐼𝐻𝐻 said. His hands twitched as if he wanted to touch her, but he didn't. He kept his arms by his side. There's no one here, just me. And Lottie. There's no one but us on all of Belda. You're safe. We never, ever betray you if you do this, Lottie cried. They'd have to pry it out of me with a hand trowel. No, with pruning shears. Please, Turluperna. Without 𝐿𝐴𝐾𝐿, her voice broke. Please, these plants are all the family I have left. Please, wake them. She looked at Lottie, at 𝐼𝐻𝐻, and then at the letter from 𝐦𝐨𝐫𝐽, the woman she most trusted and admired in all the Crescent Islands Empire. It was clear what they wanted her to do. The words of the letter were louder than the remembered drum beats. Please, Turlu, Lottie said. Without them, I'm alone. Turlu raised her eyes to gaze at the plants, asleep, silent, and drifting in and out of nothingness, like she had been. She knew what that was like, to be held in a prison within your own body, alive, but unable to live. I don't know the exact spell waking a sentient plant is a different task than creating one, but I would recognize it if I saw it, for example, in a sorcerer's workroom. And once you saw it, 𝐼𝐻𝐻 asked. She met his green, hope-filled eyes. Once I have the words, I can cast it. It was past sunset when they reached the late sorcerer's tower. Inside, it was shrouded in shadows until 𝐼𝐻𝐻 lit the lanterns that hung from hooks on the wall. He placed a few on the work table as well. Soon, a warm amber light spread across the table, desk, and shelves. It was still chilly, but not as shadowy. Where do you want to begin? 𝐼𝐻𝐻 asked. Just inside the workroom, Turlu froze for an instant. It was a simple question, but he said it with such trust that, for a heartbeat, she forgot to breathe. He trusts me. Cradled in Turlu's hands, Lottie piped up. How about we begin by putting me down? Right, of course. Turlu set Lottie down on the work table. The little rose waddled over to one of the jars, examining herself in the reflection. Ooh, I'm looking nice and prickly. She twisted to view her leaves from another angle. You look great, Turlu told her. Lottie sniffed, obviously. The workroom, on the other hand, did not look great. Turlu unbuttoned her coat, then shivered as she scanned the room with her hands on her hips. It wasn't as cold as the outside, but it was close. Now, where to begin? The desk, the shelves. Maybe she should start with the work table, since it held the sorcerer's in-progress experiments. Or maybe she should start upstairs in the sorcerer's living quarters. Or maybe I shouldn't be doing this at all. What if this is all a truly terrible idea? Just once more, before we really begin. You don't think this is a mistake? Lottie flapped her petals. How can it be a mistake to save lives? You won't be, 𝐬𝐻 stopped, statuified. I was right. There's no word for it. I didn't think I would be before. I wasn't harming anyone. I didn't think anyone would mind. What makes it different this time? This time, he said simply, you aren't doing it alone. There were no more perfect words he could have said. Still, I'm going to look upstairs first. He might have kept his most important notes closest to him. She managed to walk across the workroom without looking as if she wanted to flee. Lottie hopped across the table toward the cold fireplace. How's the chimney? Can we light a fire? And by we, I mean you, garden boy, because that's obviously not my thing. She waved her leaves. I don't want to be tinder. 𝐬𝐻 stuck his head beneath the chimney. A few abandoned nests, some cobwebs, but it'll be fine for handling the exhaust from the stove. Opening up the wood-burning stove, he added, might smell a bit. Leaving them to figure it out themselves, Turlu climbed the stairs. She held on to the walls as the steps creaked and groaned. Halfway up, she halted. The drums were loud again in her memory. Or maybe that was just her heartbeat. This time, she told herself, it'll be different. This time, she wasn't doing it for herself. Lottie needed this, so did 𝐬𝐻. And the sleeping plants. Firmly, she took all of her doubts and fears, wadded them into a ball, and shoved them down. She climbed the rest of the way up. I have to help them. Resolved, she took a deep breath of the dusty air and coughed. Upstairs was sad, drab, and mostly bare. A bed with dusty sheets and blankets was in the center of the room. A grimy mirror hung on one wall. Curtains were pulled over the windows, keeping it all dark and shadowed. No desk, no bookshelves, only a bedside table with a solitary notebook on it. Turlu picked up the notebook. Her fingers felt instantly grimy and blew the dust off its green leather cover. Flipping through, she saw it was handwritten, and the notes quit halfway through. The rest was blank. Perhaps it was his most recent notebook. If so, it wasn't going to be of much use. She needed spells from his early work, from when he established the greenhouse of Belda and first created the sentient plants. Closing it, she wondered what this sorcerer would think of her searching for his spell. Would he support her or condemn her? These were his plants, after all. Perhaps he'd approve. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw a dusty mirror with a hint of herself. Brown, untamed curls, round lavender face, slightly frightened purple eyes. And then a shadow flitted across the mirror. Turlu glanced behind her. No one was there. Still, she shivered. There was something unsettling about the abandoned bedroom. Even though the sorcerer was long gone, she couldn't help feeling as if the shadows were watching her. It felt like the kind of place that held ghosts. "Sorry for intruding," she said out loud. No one answered. "There's no one here, just my imagination." She'd never encountered a ghost herself, but she'd heard plenty of stories. On the 6th floor of the great library, it was said that the ghost of a librarian lingered in the stacks, unwilling to rest until she'd read every book in her section. The current librarian would leave a new book open each week, flipping the pages every so often. Turlu wouldn't have minded the company of such a ghost. She hadn't had the seniority to be allowed up on the 6th floor. Regardless, there was nothing useful in the late sorcerer's bedroom. Taking the green leather-bound notebook with her, she returned downstairs. Looks like he kept all his work downstairs. She dropped the notebook onto the table and then shed her coat and scarf. The workroom was already warmer now that the fire was lit. This was the only item up there, and it's too recent to be useful. "Not surprised to hear it," Lottie said. "He worked here, slept there, but it was still a good idea to check. Only thing upstairs is the remnant of his memory," 𝐬𝐻 said. "Unless the bats came back. I had to clear out an infestation of bats the first winter after 𝐿𝐾𝐵 died. Relocated them to the island caves. You didn't see bats, did you?" "No bats, just dust and a lot of creepy shadows." Defensively, 𝐬𝐻 said, "Cleaning abandoned buildings hasn't been my priority." "It wasn't a criticism," she said quickly. "You've done amazing, especially on your own, with all the greenhouses and your own cottage, and no one else too." Lottie slapped the table with her leaves impatiently. Yes, he's great, but my friends are comatose. Can we get back to that? You know, before you lose your nerve, and I have to face the fact that the man who was like a father to me is gone, long gone, and my siblings and friends are, like, one step up from inanimate objects. Sorry, yes, of course. I won't lose my nerve. I'm doing this. Turlu began to riffle through the brittle papers. Hundreds of loose papers were strewn over the table, coated with a layer of dust. The first step is to figure out the organizing principle behind all his notes. Hopping up onto the top of a thick, dust-laden book, Lottie gave a flowery snort. 𝐿𝐾𝐵 was a brilliant man, a revolutionary mind bursting with creativity. He was capable of leaps that other sorcerers could only dream of. But he was not organized. He was constantly losing his socks, trailing off. She let out a little sob. "Ah, 𝐿𝐾𝐵, how do you constantly lose socks?" Turlu asked, her voice light, wishing she could hug the little rose. "Don't you just keep them on your feet?" "He had itchy toes," Lottie said. "By the stove," 𝐬𝐻 grunted. "That's more than I wanted to know." "It was probably a fungus," Lottie said. "Much more than I wanted to know." Lifting a paper up to the lantern light, Turlu frowned at the words. "This is," she turned the paper sideways and then upside down. "Huh, that's odd." Concerned, 𝐬𝐻 asked, "What's wrong?" "I can't read it," she admitted. "Let me see," the rose said. "Ah, it's in the first language. You found a spell." Turlu took the paper back and scowled at it again. "It's not. I can read the first language, and this." It was extremely unusual for her to encounter a language she couldn't read even slightly. Fascinating, really. She should at least be able to sort out the root of the words, if not their precise meaning. But the etymology of these phrases eluded her, as if they weren't even. "You can read first language?" Lottie asked, awed. "Yes, fluently. And this isn't it." "How old was 𝐒𝐿𝐴𝐾𝐿?" Turlu asked. Perhaps he'd written in an extinct language, one that shared some of its linguistic markers with the first language. She didn't know every extinct language, though she'd encountered many of them in her studies. When the Crescent Islands united under its first emperor, there had been a concerted effort to standardize the language of the islands, a practical convenience that, in its often brutal enforcement, had led to the terrible loss of many beautiful languages and dialects. She mourned the lost languages. "He never said," Yarrow replied, joining them at the work table. "He was ancient, though, lived well beyond an ordinary lifespan. How can I help?" "Are you good with languages?" Turlu asked. "Not at all, but I can clean the table." He began neatening the work table, starting by carrying anything made of glass or ceramic, beakers, tubes, jars, pots, cups, mugs, plates, saucers, bowls over to the wide sink on the side. He filled the sink with soapy water and dunked them in. She watched him for an instant, then returned to studying the sorcerer's texts. Lottie scooted herself forward so that she was directly in front of Turlu. "I want to help. I demand you let me help." Her petals were rolled up like little fists. "Sure," Turlu said absently. She continued to stare at the vaguely familiar yet not quite right words. Putting it down, she picked up another sheet of paper, and this one was written in standard island speech. Same handwriting. It was a list of supplies for the greenhouse. We need to identify which papers are important and which are day-to-day minutiae. I am thinking that the less important texts are going to be in standard Crescent Island speech, and the spells will be in the first language. We can make a third pile for the unknown language and figure out its significance later. She skimmed the next page. A recipe for potato soup, using 12 varieties of potatoes and fistfuls of roasted garlic. "Lottie, how about you do the first sort, and then pass the interesting ones to me?" She picked up the paper in the unknown language again. It bothered her that she didn't recognize it as any of the languages she'd studied. The pattern of words was familiar, but the letters, they shouldn't be combined in that way. Belatedly, she realized that Lottie hadn't budged. "Sorry, you don't have to if you don't want to. Would you rather do something else?" She hadn't meant to boss the plant around. You want me to?" Turlu glanced at Yarrow. She didn't know what she'd said to upset the little rose. "You trust me too?" Lottie sniffled. "I didn't think you'd say yes. He never let me help, no matter how badly I wanted to. Said I was too little, that I was to look pretty and not." The rose appeared to be crying. even though she had no eyes and no tear ducts. Water pooled on the tips of her purple petals. I'd always ask, and he'd always say no. 𝐤𝐻𝐻 dabbed her petals with a towel. "Thank you," she sniffed. "When I was little," 𝐤𝐻𝐻 said, "I wanted to help one of my uncles cut firewood. That was his job every winter, and I know it was an important one. We needed cut wood to survive. But my father told me I was too little. I wouldn't be able to lift the axe. I'd hurt myself. I hated hearing that." "What did you do?" Lottie asked. "Did you do it anyway?" He shrugged. "My uncle taught me how to properly stack wood so it wouldn't rot, and I did that instead." Without adding anything more, he resumed washing the beakers and bowls. "That was a terribly unsatisfying story," Lottie complained. She turned to Turlu. "Was he trying to make a point?" "I think he was." Raising her voice, she called to 𝐤𝐻𝐻. "Hey, garden boy, did that have a moral? Am I supposed to stack wood? Wait, no, never mind. I don't care. My point is I was never allowed to help at all. I was decorative. What a terrible thing to tell someone." "You're more than decorative," Turlu said. Her resolve to help the little rose strengthened. She deserved to have her friends around her, supporting her, especially while she mourned. "I most certainly am." The rose vaulted herself over a crumpled up paper. Using her leaves, she picked up a page and then abandoned it. "Not that one." She moved to the next. "Nope, boring. Ah, here's an unreadable one." She passed it to Turlu. Turlu started a pile for each type of paper, while 𝐤𝐻𝐻 cleaned around her. Wordlessly, he lifted up the stack and dusted underneath it. And then he cleaned a stool for her to sit on. Perching on it, she continued examining the pages, while Lottie sorted. 𝐤𝐻𝐻 began to hum to himself as he cleaned, which was more than a little surprising to hear. He didn't seem like the humming type, but she liked it. It made the workroom feel more alive. It also helped that the stove was beginning to pump out heat. As they continued to work, she began to feel more and more convinced that she was doing the right thing. This wasn't a terrible, horrible mistake that was going to lead to her being restatuified. It's the right thing to do. Outside, the wind picked up, and she heard it whistle through the pine trees. She was grateful for the crackling fire inside the stove and for the light from the lanterns. As she studied the pages that Lottie passed to her, she began to notice a pattern. It wasn't so much that she recognized the language. It was. "It's a code," she said out loud. 𝐤𝐻𝐻 looked over from the bookshelf, where he was straightening volumes. Lottie was trying to knock away a smudge of soil she'd left on one of the papers. "A code," the rose said. "Oh, that makes sense. He did worry all the time that people would misuse his spells. I don't know what he thought they'd do specifically, or who they were, but it was one of his favorite rants." Now that Turlu knew what she was looking at, the arrangement of letters made much more sense. She still couldn't read it, of course, but she understood why she couldn't read it. He wrote his spells and his notes on spells in code. She glanced over at the pile of burnt pages. Any spell he hadn't written in code, he must have burned. Wow, that was cautious of him. But it did match what Lottie had said about him. He hadn't started out like the kind of person who would put his notes into code, but by the end, he'd become one. Something had changed him, and what remained in his workroom was the detritus of his fear. "Can you crack it?" 𝐜𝐻𝐻 asked. That was an excellent question. It depends what kind of code it is. If he did a simple one, such as shifting the alphabet, it will be easy, but I doubt he did anything that straightforward. If I can find a text that I recognize, perhaps a spell she knew, or even just a common phrase, she could use that to crack the rest. Or there might be the key to the code somewhere in this room. A code book. She didn't know if 𝐿𝐾𝐵 would have written his secret down or trusted himself to remember it. Lottie, you knew him. Do you think 𝐿𝐾𝐵 would have created a code book? Lottie considered it. I never saw one. If he had one, wouldn't he have had to consult it? Excellent point. If that's true, then it has to be the kind of code that isn't impossible to remember, which means it won't be impossible to crack. She felt more and more excited. She hadn't had a puzzle like this to unravel in, well, she had no idea how long. Certainly not since the last time she was flesh. I need to find more examples. With enough texts to compare, it should be possible. All three of them set to work. 𝐜𝐻𝐻 piled papers and journals into a stack, combing the workroom to find more, while Lottie scanned through them, dismissing most to the useless pile, and the rest to the possibly not hopeless pile. Perched on her stool, Turlu studied the growing number of examples written in code. Outside, the night deepened. Moonlight glistened on the snow, making the windows of the workroom almost seem to glow a magical pale blue. The crackle of the fire was louder than the wind outside, and Turlu thought, despite being as far from the great library as she'd ever been, this was what she'd imagined being a librarian would be like, sorting through texts in the companionship of others who cared just as much as she did. When Lottie began to sing in a voice that sounded as sweet as water in a stream, Turlu thought it was just perfect. 𝐜𝐻𝐻 hummed in harmony with her, his voice as deep as the sea. The fire continued to crackle, and Turlu worked on into the late hours of the night. Chapter 10. It was 𝐜𝐻𝐻 who called a halt. "You haven't eaten," he said, "and you need to sleep." Waddling out of the middle of mountains of papers, Lottie piped up. "I've slept enough for 6 lifetimes. Get me a cup of water. Turlu and I need to sleep, even if you're fresh as a daisy." He told the rose as he filled a glass and laid it on the table, a safe distance from the papers. "Ha, daisies dream of being as fresh as me. Just need a quick drink, and I'll be as good as new." Climbing up the side of the glass, Lottie plunged herself in and sighed. He's not wrong, Turlu thought. Her eyes felt gummy, and her neck ached like it did when she hadn't moved enough. She hadn't cracked the code yet, but she kept feeling as if she was close. It was elusive. Every time she thought she'd figured out the pattern, it slipped away. A little help here," Lottie said, waving her leaves in the air. 𝐤𝐻𝐻 fished her out of the glass and laid her on a towel. He glanced at the window, which reflected the lanterns as if they were amber stars. It has to be after midnight. Let's return to my cottage. I'll heat up some soup, and then we can catch some sleep. Soup sounded excellent. Her stomach answered for her with a magnificent growl. She patted it consolingly. Food first, then sleep, she promised it. I used to study through the night regularly when I was at university, until once I showed up to an exam so tired that I wrote every answer in a different language, absolutely none of which were the language being tested. Lottie shuddered. Okay, yes, humans need to sleep. No spellcasting without sleep. Especially no casting spells on my friends without sleep. Turlu slid off the stool and stretched her arms across her chest and then over her head. She was nowhere close to being able to cast a spell, but it was a valid point. She'd be useless if she couldn't think clearly. Waving her leaves, Lottie shooed them toward the door. I'll soak and sort until you get back. You can come with us, Turlu offered. She didn't want to abandon the little rose for a second time. 𝐤𝐻𝐻 grunted his agreement, which from him was an enthusiastic invitation. This is my home, or it used to be, Lottie said. This is where my memories are of 𝐒𝐻𝐿. He was I'm not ready to, I just want to stay, with whatever echo of him remains. She then added, but thank you. Turlu bundled herself up in her coat, while 𝐤𝐻𝐻 put on his, and then opened the door. Glancing back, she saw Lottie in the glow of the lanterns, hopping between the stacks of papers. She'll be okay. She was, as she said, home. She needs time to grieve. Stepping outside, Turlu felt the crisp cold seep into her throat, lungs, and bones. Overhead, the sky was blue-black, with stars scattered across it, looking like strewn diamonds. The silvery moon shone above the silhouettes of the pine trees. It was a beautiful night, very late. She'd lost track of how late it was. Snow crunched under their shoes as they trudged down the road toward 𝐤𝐻𝐻's cottage. He'd pulled his hood tight so that all she could see was the shadow of his profile. She wondered what he was thinking about. Was he worrying about the risk they were taking? Or perhaps he was thinking about his family, or the sorcerer, his responsibility to the greenhouses, the wonder of the existence of sentient plants, the mystery of magic, of the night sky, or of three strangers coming together for a single enchanted purpose. Got a good crop of garlic this year, 𝐤𝐻𝐻 said. You like garlic? Yes. She adored garlic, actually. Especially roasted garlic. I'm going to add more to the soup. He didn't say anything further. Around them, the forest was silent. I've never seen garlic growing, she ventured. Only after it's been peeled and cooked. It's a bulb, 𝐤𝐻𝐻 said. Its scape can grow up to 4 feet tall. Scape is what you call the green stalk part. It's edible too, but you can cut that back so the plant concentrates its energy on the bulb. Makes for a bigger bulb. I found his secret. Every time he talked about plants, he lit up. He loved them. enough so that he'd appealed to faraway strangers in the imperial city for help, when he very clearly was not someone who was fond of people. Has to be planted deep in dry, loose soil, he continued. Sunny is best, so it's in one of the greenhouses with a fall sun. She remembered the glowing orb in the swampy room. It would be nice to see a fall sun in a room that wasn't quite as hot. I assume the fall sun is a spell. Yes. Will you show me sometime the garlic greenhouse? As soon as the words were out of her mouth, she wondered if that was asking too much. He could only be making polite conversation, except he didn't seem the type to be bothered with silences, which was frankly just as nice as someone who was happy to chat all the time. He turned his head and smiled at her. I'd love to. Maybe I don't have to worry so much about what he's thinking. If he's just thinking about plants and not wishing I were someone a lot more useful and a lot less unlawful. That was a nice thought. She hugged it to herself as they walked in silence back to Yarrow's cottage. Inside, it was lovely and warm and perfect. She'd spent only one night here so far, but walking into Yarrow's cottage still felt like stepping into a familiar embrace. She thought of the rundown blue cottage. As cute as it could potentially be with a lot of work, she wasn't certain it would ever feel as perfect and wonderful and cozy as this cottage. She was secretly glad it wasn't habitable yet. He shed his coat and immediately set to tasks, coaxing the low fire higher, positioning a skillet over it to warm, and then peeling cloves of garlic. How can I help? Turlu asked. Without turning around, he said, You can pet the cat. She grinned. That hardly counted as a task, but it was something that she could quite happily do. Emerald was still lounging on the new bed. As she sat on the side, he stretched, splaying out his toes and his feathers. How was your day, Emerald? She stroked his back beneath his wings, and he began to purr. Yarrow tossed the garlic into the skillet, where it sizzled. Are there other winged cats on the island? Turlu asked. Where did he come from? Got left behind, Yarrow said. When my sister went to live with our aunt and uncle, she'd had a cat who had kittens, and they'd rounded up all but one. Couldn't find the last one. They searched and searched, but the boat couldn't afford to wait anymore. I promised to send him on when I found him, but you did. It was more of a statement, but she made it sound like a question anyway, so he'd keep talking. Purring, Emerald pushed his head into her hand so she'd pet his neck and his chin. She obliged. Yarrow shrugged. He didn't want to leave. It was, at least, a friendlier kind of shrug. Before, when she'd asked about his family, she'd felt like she was pulling words out of him. Now, he wasn't acting as if he wanted to bolt. He's good at making it clear what he wants, Yarrow said, amusement in his voice. You can feed him if you like. He'll love you forever if you do. There's a direct line from his stomach to his heart. Turlu hopped off the bed, or not precisely hopped, but stood up with enthusiasm. After bending over the work table, perched on a stool for hours on end, Her body felt too stiff for rapid movements like a hop. She wondered if she'd aged while she was in statue form, and decided it didn't matter if she had. It felt good to ache. It meant she could feel. What does he like to eat? There's a bit of grouse in the chill box. He nodded at a cabinet near the sink. It had, she noticed, a thicker door than the others. She hadn't looked through any of the cabinets to see what was inside them. Can't grow meat in the greenhouses, so I set a few traps in the forest, mostly for Emerald's dinner. Crossing the cottage, she opened the chill box and felt a breath of cold air. Hence the name. Makes sense. Is this another spell? Just a lot of ice. No shortage of that this time of year. She supposed not everything here was necessarily enchanted. In summer, there's enchanted ice. Of course there is. Like the rest of the cottage, the icebox was neatly organized, and she found the grouse quickly. It was beside the zucchini he'd sliced earlier, the vegetable soaking in some sort of marinade. She felt a bump against her elbow and looked down to see that the winged cat had followed her. Closing the icebox, she fed Emerald a bit of grouse with her fingers, and he bit into it delicately. She laid another chunk on one of the saucers and put the remainder back in the box before washing the grease from her fingers. In summer, he mostly eats rodents and birds, 𝐤𝐻𝐻 said. In winter, I help. It would be simpler if he liked fruits and vegetables, but carnivore. He shrugged. Adding the toasted garlic to the soup, he stirred. The smell was beginning to spread through the cottage, and Turlu found herself salivating. She set bowls on the table and filled glasses with water. She also filled a bowl with water for Emerald, which he licked at noisily between nibbles. So it's been just you and Emerald for 2 years. Another shrug. She wondered if he missed his family. Had he ever thought about asking them to return, or even following them where they went? She didn't ask out loud. She didn't want to push, not when they were finally talking easily. The soup smells amazing. He carried the pot to the table and scooped soup into the 2 bowls. He then set the pot on the bricks of the hearth to cool. Just me and Emerald since my father left. The plants, the ones like Lottie, they went silent long before then, before 𝐒𝐿𝐴𝐾𝐿 died. Never knew why. Always wished they'd wake again. Lottie didn't recognize you, but you've lived here your whole life. Either 𝐒𝐿𝐴𝐾𝐿 kept her away from his gardeners, which is possible, or she could have gone dormant before I was born. Also possible. 𝐒𝐿𝐴𝐾𝐿's plants are long-lived, and he himself lived at least twice a normal lifespan. Turlu sipped the soup. The warm bite of the garlic filled her mouth, her nose, and her sinuses, and she felt as if she were tasting soup from the Emperor's own table. He'd added herbs she didn't recognize that made it taste as sweet as a late summer fruit, while still as earthy as a potato should be. You are an incredible cook. He shrugged a 3rd or 4th or 5th time. I have the right ingredients. It's more than that. This, you could make the imperial family weep. My grandfather taught me to cook, 𝐤𝐻𝐻 said. He could look at a plant and tell you 6 ways to prepare it. He had a recipe for a peach tart that I've never been able to replicate. Just tasting it would make you dream of summer for a week. They ate their soup while she tried to imagine what such a tart would taste like. She thought of summer on her home island, her toes in the sand, the sun beating down so hard that it felt like it was soaking into her bones. Summer to her tasted like coconut and pineapple, and it smelled like the lotion that her parents insisted they slather themselves with before they went outside. It tasted like cooked crab and like the sweet candy that stuck to your fingers no matter how hard you sucked them. Have you ever left the island? Never wanted to, 𝐬𝐻𝐻 said. All the wonders of the world are already here, within those glass walls. He waved his spoon toward the window, and she looked over her shoulder. Only darkness lay outside. She couldn't see beyond the reflection of the fire in the hearth. If I can keep them alive. He was talking easily, much more easily than earlier, and she knew why. They were working together now. We're practically teammates, united to save the sentient plants. It was a nice change, and it kept the memory of the drumbeats away. He won't betray me. After they finished, Turlu helped clean the bowls and put away the uneaten portion of soup. Do you know why 𝐼𝐾𝐿 let the talking plants fall dormant? He shook his head as he scrubbed the pot. Suds ringed his wrists like ephemeral jewels. The soap smelled like lavender, and she wondered if he made his own soap like he did everything else on Belda. 𝐼𝐾𝐿 was a fool to discard his gardeners, she thought. If they were all like 𝐬𝐻𝐻, they were extraordinary. I don't know, he said. They were his confidants and companions. He loved them. Forcing dormancy was a cruel thing to do to a friend, or even a stranger, but especially a being you supposedly loved. She thought of the judge at her trial and the vicious delight of the prosecutor. He'd seen her punishment as his moral victory. She wondered if the plants had known what would happen to them. Did they know they'd be left in a suspended sleep? Did they expect to ever wake? I have to help them. I can't just leave them like that. You can use the washroom before me, if you'd like, 𝐬𝐻𝐻 offered. Turlu thanked him. Still thinking about the sentient plants, she cleaned up, discovering he'd gifted her a soft sheath for sleeping. Another item left behind by a relative who'd left him, she assumed. She cleaned her teeth, brushed the snarls out of her hair, and then emerged. He blushed and looked away quickly, mumbled something, and then slipped into the washroom past her. She glanced down at herself to realize that the sheath hugged her body and the neckline dipped down. Whoever had worn it before her had been smaller. No one had ever accused Turlu of being scrawny. She'd been born cuddly, and nothing in her life had changed that, including being turned into a statue. The statue spell had preserved all her curves and bulges, despite not eating for 6 years, and she was happy for it. She wouldn't have known herself without the full softness of her flesh. Still, though, it did make the sheath cling to her curves. If it bothers him, he doesn't have to look. And if it didn't bother him, well, she didn't mind if he looked. especially when he could cook like that. Turlu crawled into the bed and felt all her muscles sink into the mattress. While she was eating the soup, she'd momentarily forgotten how tired she was. But the instant she lay in the bed, she felt as if a building had crashed on her, except it was a soft, comfortable building made of pillows. From across the room, the winged cat flew up to her bed. He settled on top of her legs. She hadn't quite finished getting into position when he arrived. Carefully, she tried to twist onto her side. Emerald fluttered his wings in protest. She held still. It was fine. She lay beneath the blankets and the winged cat until she heard Yarrow climb into bed beside her. He'd extinguished the lights in the lanterns on his way, leaving the fire burning to cast its dancing amber light around the cottage. Yarrow spoke. I think 𝐒𝐿𝐾𝐵 was afraid of his own mortality. He knew he was going to die someday, though maybe not as soon as he did. But that's why he made them sleep. I think he was afraid that after he was gone, no one would love them the way he did. If he was right, that was both sad and scary. Did he ever try asking you to care for them? She knew the answer to that. He hadn't. 𝐒𝐿𝐾𝐵 had written his notes and spells in code. He'd never taken an apprentice, and he dismissed all his gardeners but a father and his son. How sad and difficult must that have been to watch the person you were supposed to trust became more and more paranoid. If 𝐒𝐿𝐾𝐵 had reached out for help, what might have been different? I would have said yes, Yarrow said. I would have cared for them until my last breath, and I would have ensured they were cared for beyond that. I'll wake them, Turlu said. She saw his silhouette beneath his blankets. So close. She wanted to reach out and touch his hand, to show him she meant the words. He was only a few inches away. It would be so easy, but she wasn't sure how he'd react. He hadn't liked it when she'd hugged him, and he was still an almost stranger, so she didn't move. I promise. And that is the end of chapter 10. I am going to pause right there for today, because I think that is the perfect place to take a breather. I really hope you're enjoying the Enchanted Greenhouse. I'll be back next week to finish the rest of the chapters. So make sure you have your notifications on so you don't miss it. If you are loving the story and can't wait to see what happens next, please do go pick up a copy of the book. It's the best way to support the author and help her keep writing these amazing stories. Thank you so much for hanging out with me today. Don't forget to leave a like and hit subscribe before you go. It really means a lot to both of us. See you next week.